Good evening, dear friend. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Perhaps you've had a long day, or maybe the hours have stretched out quietly, leaving you in search of a gentle companion before rest. However you've arrived, you're welcome to settle in. Tonight, we'll wander together through a story drawn from history, not in the sharp, crowded way of school books, but softly, like candlelight flickering across an old wooden wall. Our path will take us into medieval London, a city where life was as rough as it was remarkable, where bread was coarse, coins were few, and yet even in the hardest days, people found ways to keep going. If you find comfort here, I'd be grateful if you pressed a like or subscribed, so you can return whenever sleep feels distant. And if you'd like, share in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It never ceases to amaze me that people all across the world drift into slumber together, connected by these stories. So for now, dim the lights, let the hum of a fan, or perhaps the soft tick of a clock, become your background music. If you have a window nearby, maybe crack it open. Let a cool night breeze stir the curtains. Take one slow breath, then another, and allow your body to sink deeper into rest. And now, with the hour growing late, let us step softly into part 1. A small wish drifts quietly in the hush before dawn. Before the city stirs, before the calls of merchants or the clang of iron against stone, there lingers a silence that belongs only to those who wake too soon. In that silence rests a longing, not sharp or dramatic, but simple, the desire for steadiness. It is the kind of wish one makes half asleep, with hands folded under a rough blanket, asking for nothing more than bread on the table and a safe roof overhead. Imagine yourself there in the early hours of London centuries ago. The year is 1348, though you would not mark it with a calendar on the wall. The measure of time comes instead from bells and shadows, from the glow of a fire dwindling into embers, from the faintest hint of gray along the window slit. Your bed is no feathered luxury. It is a sack filled with straw, prickling through the fabric, shifting as you turn. Yet still, you lie there, listening. A rooster calls from somewhere beyond the timber walls, the sound thin but insistent. You hear footsteps outside, soft on the packed earth, and perhaps the wooden creak of shutters being pulled open. Life in London rises with the sun, not by choice, but necessity. To linger too long in bed is to waste the day's earnings, and coins are never plentiful. In these early breaths of morning, you may think of what you hope for most. Perhaps steady work with hands that are still strong enough. Perhaps a little kindness from a master, or a fair price for your wares in the market. Wishes are modest here, stitched into the fabric of survival. There is no space for castles in the air. There is only the hope that tomorrow will look somewhat kinder than yesterday. Your room, if you can call it that, holds little beyond what you need. A chest for clothing, a bench near the fire, a blanket that smells of smoke. The air is heavy with scents that never fully leave. Last night's ash, damp wool, the sharp reminder that the great river nearby is more sewer than stream. You shift slightly, and the straw rustles, releasing its own earthy smell. For all its roughness, this is home enough for now. Outside, the bells of St. Paul's Cathedral stir. They do not strike harshly, but roll outward like waves, telling the faithful that prime, the first prayers of the day, have come. For many, that sound is not a call to devotion but to duty, a signal that work must begin. The baker lights his oven, the smith stirs his coals, the porter bends his back beneath the weight of another day. You rise slowly, stretching sore muscles. Your feet touch the earthen floor, cool and damp. There is no polished wood beneath you, no carpet, just the plain ground, swept now and then, scattered with rushes that soften the step and hold their own scent of meadow grass, though faint, fading. You pull your tunic over your linen shirt, tug on hose that itch at the knees, and lace your shoes, hoping the leather holds another week. The city itself seems to breathe as you step outside. Narrow streets, twisting like streams through stone and timber, carry the voices of early risers. A woman calls softly to her child, urging them along. A man coughs into his sleeve, the sound lost quickly among others. Horses clop past, pulling carts that creak and sway. The air carries more than one smell at once. Baking bread somewhere near, the tang of fish from the market, the darker stench of waste tossed carelessly into the gutter. You wrinkle your nose, though soon enough you will grow used to it. Everyone does. This is London at the edge of day, caught between shadow and bustle. For every soul with a sure place, the master in his shop, the priest in his church, there are dozens more searching, waiting, hoping. A man lingers near the docks in case his hands are needed to carry wool. A girl watches for a chance to sell apples from a basket. An older woman tends to her small brew, praying it will be enough to feed her children. Each carries a longing not shouted, not even spoken aloud, but tucked into the folds of daily life. And you, standing there with the morning chill against your cheeks, feel your own longing press close. It is not grand ambition. It is something humbler. To earn enough today for a meal, perhaps two. To find a place where your work matters, even if only in small ways. To walk the city without fear of hunger gnawing too sharp. The bells fade, but their echo lingers, and you take your first steps into the waking city. With each stride, you carry that quiet wish, steady, unremarkable, yet powerful in its persistence. The city stirs slowly, streets stretching into the pale sky. The air of London at dawn is never still. It is heavy with smells, crowded with sounds, textured with the layers of 1,000 daily lives stacked one atop the other. When you step out of your narrow lodging into the waking street, the morning feels almost alive. Not fresh and clean, as a meadow might, but restless, layered, complicated, like a quilt stitched from scraps of every corner of the city. The pale light of morning drifts unevenly through the crooked lanes. Because so many of the houses lean forward, each new story jutting out over the one below, sunlight does not pour down freely. Instead, it falls in slices, thin and angled, painting some walls bright while leaving others in long shadow. The uneven pattern makes the street feel more like a tunnel than a thoroughfare, a place where the sky peeks in cautiously rather than boldly. Still, the world is stirring. A woman sweeps, rushes out from her doorway, scattering yesterday's dirt into the street with a rhythm that has no need for thought. Children run, quick-footed, carrying errands before the sun is fully risen. One boy clutches a basket of bread so tightly that the warm loaves leave faint marks on his arms. Another girl balances a pail, the water within sloshing dangerously close to the rim. Their small figures move swiftly among taller shadows, reminders that in London, childhood does not last long. The clop of hooves breaks through the murmur. A cart rolls slowly past, pulled by a sturdy horse with dull eyes. Its wheels grind against the packed earth, sinking slightly into damp patches left by the night's rain. Upon the cart lie barrels, their iron hoops rusted but holding strong. The driver, his cloak patched in 3 places, calls out greetings to a neighbor who leans from her window. Their voices are ordinary, but in their exchange you sense the network of a city, small threads tying house to house, person to person. Everywhere, sound builds. At first it is scattered, a hammer against wood, a cry of fresh fish, the clang of a pot. Soon, the layers overlap until they form a steady hum. Merchants begin to claim their spaces, unrolling cloth, arranging baskets of apples, laying out tools. The air carries a dozen scents at once, the yeasty promise of bread from the baker's oven, the sharper tang of onions just pulled from storage, the oily smell of fish already laid upon stalls, though the day is barely begun. For all its energy, there is no mistaking the poverty that lingers beneath the bustle. Clothes are mended until the fabric itself gives way. Shoes gape open at the seams. Many faces are tired before the day has even begun. Hunger has a way of showing itself in the hollowness of cheeks, in the quickness with which a man glances at a loaf of bread he cannot yet afford. And yet, here is the quiet shock. The city does not pause. It does not wait for its weakest. The rhythm continues, steady, insistent, carrying everyone along whether they are ready or not. Along Cheapside, the city's great market street, the press of life is even thicker. Stalls crowd together, their goods spilling into the walkway. A butcher sharpens his knife with long, steady strokes, the metallic rasp carrying further than his voice. A draper unrolls a bolt of wool, its coarse fibers catching the light. At the same time, a goldsmith polishes a gleaming cup, holding it carefully so that passers-by might admire it. In one street, you see the full span of wealth and want, side by side, stitched together into the fabric of London itself. You pass Bread Street, named for the bakers who have worked here for generations. The ovens are already hot, their fires glowing red through open mouths. A boy slides loaves inside with a long wooden peel, his movements practiced, though he is barely more than a child. The smell is rich, comforting, filling the air with a promise that softens the city's harsher scents. People queue already, coins in hand, each measuring their hunger against the weight of their purse. Further along, Milk Street bustles with women carrying heavy pitchers. They call out softly, offering fresh milk, though most is already turning sour. It will be used in cooking or curdled into cheese, nothing wasted. The cows themselves are kept not in green fields, but in cramped urban yards, their bodies pressed against wooden stalls, their milk flavored faintly by smoke and dung. And yet, to the city's dwellers, it is sustenance, precious and necessary. On Fish Street, the scene is rougher. The smell is sharp, briny, almost overpowering. Fishmongers shout their wares, holding up cod and herring caught along the coast. Eels writhe in baskets, their bodies slick with river water. The cries of fresh echo too loudly, for everyone knows freshness is a fleeting promise in a city where preservation is difficult. Salted fish hangs stiff, ready for those who cannot risk spoilage. The gutters run with scales and bones, carried away by the same water that carries waste. Everywhere you look, work begins without delay. Tailors bend over their benches, scissors glinting. Carpenters raise hammers, driving nails into timber frames. A cooper rolls a half-made barrel, checking the fit of its staves. These are not grand spectacles, but the daily rhythm of survival. And yet, there is beauty in their steadiness, the repetition of tasks that hold the city together day after day. It is here, among these workers, that you notice a quieter detail. No one labors alone. Even the simplest task involves another, an apprentice carrying tools, a child fetching water, a neighbor lending a hand. London may feel crowded, overwhelming, but beneath the noise lies a truth. Survival depends upon connection. Without guild, without family, without the small kindnesses of others, one would be lost in the city's tide. As the morning lengthens, the light strengthens, though it remains uneven. Scattered by jutting beams and overhanging roofs, the city glows in patches. Here, a shaft of sunlight striking a red cloak. There, a glimmer on a brass cup. It is never uniform, never complete. Just as wealth and poverty mingle, so too do light and shadow. The bells ring again, marking the passage of time. Their sound rolls through the streets, past the timbered houses, over the crowded stalls. For some, it is a reminder to pause and pray. For others, it is nothing more than a measure of the hours that must still be endured before the day's end. But to you, listening amid the swirl of voices, it is a steady pulse, anchoring the restless city in something larger, older, unchanging. As noon approaches, the hum of London grows louder, heavier. The streets are full now, pressed shoulder to shoulder. Every stall is open, every workshop alive. The city has awakened fully, stretching itself into the pale sky, carrying with it the hopes and hungers of thousands. And you, standing among them, feel both the weight of its vastness and the smallness of your own steps. Yet within that smallness lies possibility. To be one thread in such a quilt is still to be part of something enduring. Heavy bread and soft ale shape the start of morning. The first true taste of a medieval day is not the air, nor the sights of crowded streets, but the humble food placed in a hand before labor begins. Bread and ale, two staples so common they stitched the fabric of life together. Simple, unadorned, repeated day after day, and yet each bite, each sip, carried more weight than the richest banquet because it meant survival. Imagine the bread first. It is not soft, not the pale loaf you might slice easily in a modern kitchen. No, here the loaf is heavy, round, dark with rye or barley, its crust hard enough to test the strength of your teeth. Inside, the crumb is coarse, dotted with flecks of grain, sometimes with grit from the millstones that ground it. Eating it requires effort. It resists, reminding you that nourishment in this age is won, not given. This bread is called maslin, born of necessity. Wheat, the prized grain, is rare and costly. To stretch it, millers mix it with rye or oats or barley. Whatever is available, whatever can be made to last through winter. For the wealthy, white bread gleams on their tables, baked from the finest sifted flour. But for the rest, for most of London, the darker loaf is what fills bellies. You break off a piece, chew slowly, and feel how dense it is, how it weighs in your hand as much as in your stomach. Ale, too, is different from what you might expect. It is no crisp pint frothing in a glass, no bitter tang of hops. In the 14th century, hops are scarcely known in England. Instead, ale is flavored with groot, a mixture of herbs like bog myrtle, yarrow, or rosemary, each lending a faint edge. The drink is cloudy, more nourishing than refreshing, with a low strength that makes it safe to consume throughout the day. Water, so often tainted by the refuse of a crowded city, cannot be trusted. So ale becomes the river that flows through every household, every workshop, every tavern. Even children drink it, their small cups filled with weak brew. Picture the breakfast table of an ordinary Londoner. It is not a table at all, but perhaps a bench, a rough board across trestles, or even the lap if space is tight. A loaf sits in the middle, broken rather than sliced, pieces passed from hand to hand. A pitcher of ale makes its slow circle, each person pouring or sipping in turn. The meal is quiet, not a feast to linger over, but a moment of fuel before the day's work. Yet there is a ritual to it, a rhythm repeated so often it becomes its own comfort. There are small variations, of course, On a better day, there might be a piece of cheese, its flavor sharp and salty, cut into thin slices to stretch further. On rarer mornings still, perhaps an egg, boiled until the shell cracks, or a sliver of salted fish. These additions are treasured, remembered, the way you might recall a holiday meal. But most mornings, it is bread and ale, plain and enduring. You take another bite, and though the bread is dense, it carries you forward. Hunger is not banished, but quieted. The ale, warm from the room, sits heavy in the stomach, steadying you for labor. There is no caffeine to sharpen your mind, no sugar rush to lift your energy. Instead, the food provides a slow, quiet strength, the kind that allows a person to endure 12 hours of toil with little else until evening. It is here, in the ordinariness of the meal, that the quiet shock lies, monotony itself. Day after day, month after month, the same flavors, the same textures. For us, variety is expected. For them, it is unimaginable. Imagine waking each morning to bread so dense it challenges your teeth, ale so murky it could hide the bottom of your cup, and knowing tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days to come will bring the same. Survival is not about choice, but about constancy. And yet, even within this simplicity, there are layers of meaning. Bread is not merely food, it is a measure of justice. Bakers are watched closely by the city, their loaves weighed, their prices fixed by law. A baker who cheats, selling a loaf too small, too light, risks punishment in the pillory, locked in public shame while neighbors hurl refuse. Bread must be honest, for it is the heart of the poor man's table. Ale, too, carries its own rules. Women brew much of it in small quantities at home, selling what they can spare to neighbors. They are called alewives, their barrels marked with a sign, perhaps a bundle of straw hung outside the door. Inspectors roam the streets, tasting, checking strength, ensuring that ale is neither too weak nor too dear. These women walk a narrow line, brew too strong, and you invite suspicion, brew too weak, and customers complain. To be an alewife is to live in constant balance, your livelihood measured, in pints poured and pennies earned. As you sit with your coarse loaf and cup, you begin to notice how much of the city revolves around these two staples. Streets are named for them: Bread Street, Milk Street, Ale Street, their very presence shaping the geography of London. Taverns open their doors at dawn, ready to serve ale with hot pottage for laborers who cannot cook at home. Bakers fire their ovens long before first light, their chimneys marking the skyline with smoke. Without bread and ale, the city could not rise, could not labor, could not live. The morning grows louder around you as you chew. A neighbor passes, nodding, his own crust of bread clutched in his hand. A boy carries a jug of ale, the froth spilling over as he hurries along. Everywhere you look, hands are busy with the same simple fare. It is a thread of sameness that ties together noble and pauper, guild master and porter. Though the loaves differ in quality, though the ale in strength, the ritual is shared. There is, perhaps, a faint comfort in that sameness, to know that every household, every workshop begins with the same taste is to feel less alone. In a city so crowded, where lives so often brush but rarely connect, bread and ale provide a kind of communion, unspoken yet binding. As you finish your meal, the crust hard against your teeth, you notice the way your body responds. The bread, though plain, steadies the hunger. The ale, though weak, soothes the throat, offers a faint warmth. You stand, feeling not full, but ready. And that readiness, the ability to take the first step into the day, is what matters most. The bells toll again, deeper now, signaling the passage of another hour. Work calls. The city does not wait. You wipe your hands, adjust your tunic, and step back into the street. The taste of coarse grain lingers on your tongue, the faint sweetness of ale on your lips. These flavors will follow you all day, reminders that even the simplest things can carry an entire world. Bells and voices weave through the narrow stone lanes. The city does not speak with a single voice. It hums, it rattles, it sings in fragments that overlap like threads on a loom. Step outside your lodging once the day has stretched into mid-morning, and you will find the very stones of London carrying sound. The walls lean close, the timber frames narrowing the sky, and every call, every clang, every whisper seems to bounce and echo until the air itself feels stitched with noise. At first, the sounds are scattered, familiar. A cart rolls over cobbles, its iron-rimmed wheels clattering. A woman calls to her son, urging him to fetch water before the queue grows long at the well. Somewhere, not far, a blacksmith's hammer strikes iron. The rhythm is steady, 3 beats, and then a pause, a language of labor anyone can recognize. These are not shouts or songs, but the ordinary chorus of a city alive. Then, the bells rise. They do not ring once, but in layers, from towers scattered across the city. Each church has its own voice, some high and light, others low and sonorous. St. Paul's Cathedral booms deepest of all, its great bells sending vibrations that seem to tremble in your very chest. Smaller parish churches add their chimes, weaving melody into thunder. Together, they mark the hour of terce, mid-morning prayer, though for most, the sound is less a call to worship than a measure of time. Imagine pausing in the street as those bells roll out. The sound does not belong to you alone. It belongs to everyone within earshot, rich and poor alike. The nobleman in his carriage hears the same notes as the beggar on the corner. The apprentice bent over his work lifts his head at the same moment as the market woman weighing her apples. For an instant, the city breathes in unison, bound not by choice, but by sound. The voices of the people return as the bells fade. Apprentices dart between shops, calling greetings or teasing one another with jests sharp as knives. Housewives lean from upper windows, exchanging gossip across the narrow lanes, their words carrying easily through the open air. Street sellers cry their wares with practiced chants, hot pies, or fresh fish straight from the river. Some lengthen their calls into sing-song, making music of commerce, for the more memorable the cry, the more coins dropped into waiting hands. Children add their own notes. Some chase one another, bare feet slapping against stone. Others hum softly while tending small chores, turning a spit, fetching kindling, watching over a sibling. Their laughter rises above the hum now and then, brief sparks of joy amid the steadiness of survival. In a city often marked by hardship, these sounds remind you that life insists on small celebrations. Yet within the tapestry of noise lies a quiet shock, silence where it should not be. Pass a narrow lane, darker than the rest, and you may notice fewer voices, shutters closed tight. Illness sometimes presses its mark in absence, the hush of a household withdrawn. Neighbors lower their tones when they speak of such places, voices carried only in whispers. Even in the busiest city, silence speaks volumes. Back in the open market, sound returns with force. Metal clinks as scales weigh flour. A cooper tests a barrel with a sharp knock, listening for hollowness. A fiddler plays at the edge of a tavern, his bow scratching a tune that mixes cheer with sorrow. The music drifts outward, weaving into the larger chorus, almost lost, but not quite. London is not beautiful in silence. Its beauty lies in its layered clamor, in the way a dozen lives overlap in a single breath. Step closer to a churchyard, and you may hear a different register. Chanting floats through open doors, Latin words rising and falling in measured tones. The priests sing not for the ears of passers-by, but for the rhythm of the day, the order of devotion. To pause here, even briefly, is to feel the contrast. Outside, the rush of commerce and toil. Inside, a slow river of sound meant to lift the soul. Few can linger, for work demands attention, yet the echo of that chanting follows even as you move on. In some streets, the soundscape grows harsher. The shambles, where butchers do their work, rings with cleavers striking bone, with animals lowing in their final moments. The cries of sellers grow urgent here, competing over cuts of meat, while the drains gurgle with what is discarded. It is not music, but it is rhythm nonetheless, part of the city's unflinching honesty. London does not hide its labor. It displays it openly, even when it unsettles. Elsewhere, a quieter sound catches your ear, the scratch of a quill. In the counting houses of merchants, clerks bend over parchment, recording debts and trades. Their work does not fill the air like a hammer or a bell, yet its importance is vast. The shuffle of papers, the murmur of sums checked and rechecked, the drip of wax sealing a document. These are the quieter chords that keep the city's wealth in tune. Without them, goods could not move, ships could not sail, fortunes could not rise or fall. As the morning lengthens, the sounds deepen, gathering force. The hum of voices swells until the very stones seem to carry it. Lean against a wall, and you feel vibration, the press of feet, the grind of wheels, the beat of tools, all passing through timber and stone into your bones. London itself becomes an instrument, its narrow lanes the strings, its towers the resonant chambers, its people the musicians, whether they intend to play or not. Here, another quiet shock emerges. You realize there is no true stillness in the city. Even in the darkest hours of night, a guard calls from the watch, a dog barks, a drunk stumbles home singing. But in the day, the absence of silence becomes more apparent, almost overwhelming. For those used to fields and open skies, London feels alive to the point of suffocation. Yet for those born within its walls, the sound is not a burden, but a comfort. To wake and hear the bells, to hear neighbors stirring, is to know that life continues, that one is not alone. You walk slowly, letting the sounds wash over you. Some are harsh, others soft, some familiar, others strange. Together they tell the story of a city both restless and enduring. The clamor does not ask for permission, nor does it wait for your readiness. It surrounds you, fills you, and carries you forward until you are part of it too. One more note in the endless song between stones. Some doors in London never seemed meant to open. Every city, no matter how alive with sound and color, holds walls you cannot see. London in the 14th century had them in abundance, barriers that did not always stand in timber or stone, but in silence, in custom, in the invisible weight of who one's father had been or what guild one's purse could afford. To wander those narrow streets was to learn quickly that not every path led forward, and not every trade welcomed strangers. You might rise early, heart set on finding work in a craft shop, only to be met with questions that press heavier than any sack of flour. Who was your master? Whose son are you? Which guild claims you? The words sound simple, yet they carry the power to close a door as firmly as a barred gate. Without the right answer, the smile turns polite, the gaze cool, and you are sent on your way. It was not cruelty in the open sense. No one shouted, "You are not welcome here." Instead, it was the unspoken refusal, the nod toward another street, the shrug that suggested you try elsewhere. That silence could weigh more than a hammer, because it told you plainly, you do not belong, not here, not today. Consider the guilds, those brotherhoods of craft and trade. Their halls stood tall, their livery shone, their banquets sparkled with wine and roasted meats. Yet for the newcomer, they loomed like guarded castles. To enter, one needed years of apprenticeship, or the gift of patrimony, or the wealth to purchase redemption. Few could claim such routes. For most, the dream of belonging remained a lantern glimpsed across water, its light near but unreachable. This quiet exclusion pressed hardest on those without family connections. An orphaned boy, a widowed woman, an immigrant from the countryside, all might find themselves pressed against invisible glass. Work existed, but not advancement. Labor was plentiful, but recognition rare. They could carry loads on the wharves, scrub kitchens, or hawk apples in the cold air. Yet the ladder upward had rungs missing for them, rungs removed by rules older than their own memory. And for women, the barriers doubled. Brewing, spinning, small-scale selling. These trades admitted them, but only to a point. A woman might brew ale by the gallon and win loyal customers, but as brewing grew more profitable, men claimed the vats and the guilds shut their doors. A seamstress could stitch fine garments, but the Guild of Tailors would not call her sister. She could labor, she could earn, but she could not govern, could not wear the livery, could not vote in guild affairs. In the markets, one could see the quiet line drawn. The baker's wife might stand at the stall, smile at customers, even handle the coins, but the sign above still bore her husband's name. The true recognition, the right to set price and weigh loaves, lay elsewhere, just beyond reach. Women's work was needed, welcomed even, yet seldom honored with title or freedom. For immigrants, the silence took another form. A man from Flanders, a woman from Gascony, even a family from villages only 30 miles away. They bore the mark of difference. Their speech bent vowels strangely. Their clothes carried unfamiliar cuts. Their prayers perhaps followed a different saint. To Londoners, that difference lingered like a shadow. They might welcome your trade, but not your full membership. To walk through the market with a foreign accent was to feel eyes linger, not always unkind, but never entirely trusting. And so the barriers remained, spoken not in decrees but in shrugs and pauses, in who was allowed to linger near the fire and who was asked to move along. The city needed hands, yet it did not easily offer belonging. You could stand inches from the warmth, smell the roasted meats, and still be told in silence that your place was outside. Yet there was a strange comfort in knowing these barriers were not always personal. They were ancient, handed down like the very stones of the street. The merchant guarding his guild was not always cruel, merely careful. The apprentice turning you away was not mocking, only repeating what he had been told. These were walls built long before you, walls each generation inherited and rarely questioned. Still, for the soul standing at the threshold, the sting remained. To know you could work, could serve, could learn, and yet to feel the invisible rope drawn tight. It was not despair in a loud form. No, it was the quieter ache, the weariness of knowing that no matter how many times you knocked, the door might never open. Now and then, however, the silence grew sharp enough to cut. Imagine a laborer finishing a long day at the wharf, carrying wool bales until his arms shook, only to be told that tomorrow His place had been taken by another, not because of skill, but because the other man belonged to a guild cousin or a patron's household. The dismissal came with no anger, just a matter-of-fact nod. Yet in that moment, the man's livelihood vanished as quickly as smoke in the wind. For women selling bread or fish, the blow came in fines. Officials patrolled the markets, checking weights and measures. A woman without guild standing, caught selling bread too light or fish past its freshness, might be hauled before the pillory. There, before neighbors and strangers, she would be displayed as dishonest, though her crime was often no worse than struggling to stretch thin profit into survival. The shame rang louder than the coin she lost. In every corner of London, these silent barriers whispered the same truth. Survival was possible, but belonging was rare. You could eat, you could sleep, you could work, but the highest rungs, the livery, the wealth, the voice in city affairs, those remained guarded, and often the guard was silence itself. Quiet shocks lie here, not in blood or battle, but in small moments. The apprentice turned away, the woman fined, the foreigner eyed with suspicion. No cries, no riots, just the steady hum of exclusion. And yet beneath it, the human spirit pressed onward, stubborn as grass through stone, searching for cracks in the wall. Among London's throngs, some lives echo your own. Walk long enough through London's narrow veins, and you begin to notice faces that mirror something familiar. Not the grandeur of kings, nor the defiance of rebels, but the quieter reflection of ordinary striving. Men and women holding fragments of hope while bound by the same limits that hold you. Their presence is not dramatic. It is steady, often overlooked. Yet, in them, the city whispers its most human truths. At the edge of Cheapside, where stalls cluster thick as weeds, you see a young woman balancing a tray of meat pies on her hip. Her apron is flour-streaked, her hands red from both heat and cold, her hair tucked under a kerchief to keep stray strands away from the food. She calls in a voice not loud but persistent, offering pies to passers-by who hurry between shops. Some nod, some pass without a glance. Still she calls, steady as the bells tolling above. She reminds you of yourself in the way she endures the small indignities. A merchant waving her off, a boy mocking her cry, a gust of smoke from a neighbor's stall. She swallows them and continues, for she knows every coin matters. At day's end, she may count enough to buy a bit of meat for her family, or perhaps just barley to stretch the next loaf. There is no complaint in her eyes, only a practiced steadiness. To survive, she has learned, is not to rage, but to remain. Further along, near the river, you meet another reflection, a gray-haired porter shifting beneath the weight of a wool bale. His back bends, his steps falter, but he presses on. Younger men pass him, laughing, carrying lighter loads. He no longer competes, but he persists, because stopping would mean hunger. His face is lined, his breath heavy, yet there is dignity in each step, a quiet refusal to surrender while his body still answers his call. He might have been you in another season, carrying burdens beyond strength. Watching him, you sense the truth. The city has no retirement, no gentle end to labor. Work continues until the body itself protests too loudly to ignore. But in his endurance, you glimpse a mirror of your own will to keep going, even when comfort remains out of reach. In a narrow lane near St. Paul's, you encounter a clerk seated on a low stool, copying accounts by the dim light that filters through a cracked shutter. His ink-stained fingers move slowly, carefully, shaping letters that bind debts and promises. His clothes are patched but neat, His lips move silently as he reads the lines he has written. He is neither rich nor poor, suspended between. His skill keeps him fed, but not free. He depends on the trust of those who hire him, and a single error could cast him out. He reflects you in another way, a reminder of how knowledge can both elevate and imprison. Literacy offers him work few can do, but also binds him to men of wealth whose ledgers he must guard. He holds power in his hands, yet none of it belongs to him. Watching him, you sense how fragile even skill can be when the city decides your place. And then there is the beggar at the churchyard gate, her face shadowed by a hood, her hand extended without words. Some pass by quickly, others drop a penny with averted eyes. She does not call out, for she has learned that silence often earns more mercy than noise. Her hand trembles, but she keeps it steady, as if determined to remind the world that she still exists. In her, too, you see yourself, not in poverty perhaps, but in the longing for recognition, for a glance that does not turn away. To be seen, even briefly, is sometimes more sustaining than bread. And though the crowd flows past, a few pause, a few notice. Those moments keep her rooted to the spot day after day. These faces form a gallery more honest than any painted in halls. They are not heroic in the grand sense, yet they are heroic in the persistence of their lives. They mirror your own uncertainties, your own small hopes, your own stubborn will to endure. Notice how each figure carries a story shaped not by triumph, but by repetition. The pie seller lifts her tray again and again. The porter bends his back daily. The clerk copies line after line until his eyes blur. The beggar holds out her hand hour upon hour. These repetitions are not meaningless. They are the rhythm of survival, the music of persistence. And within these repetitions lies a quiet shock. You realize how thin the line is between one reflection and another. A missed meal, an ill-timed sickness, the loss of a patron, and the clerk could become the beggar. A stumble, a broken bone, and the porter might no longer earn his bread. Even the pie seller could find her tray empty if grain prices rise. The city does not guarantee outcomes. It balances lives on threads finer than a spider's web. Yet, strangely, this fragility binds them together. Each knows the other's struggle without speaking. The porter glances at the beggar and nods, not with pity, but with recognition. The pie seller shares a crust with the clerk when she passes by his shutter, a small kindness exchanged in silence. The city is harsh, but within its harshness bloom moments of understanding, fleeting but real. You carry these reflections with you as you walk, feeling their weight in your own chest. They remind you that no matter how lost one feels, there are always others walking parallel roads. Their presence does not erase your burden, but it makes it less solitary. The city's crowd, once overwhelming, begins to feel like a mirror held in many fragments. Each face shows a piece of yourself, your endurance, your vulnerability, your hope. And in seeing them, you find both humility and strength. Humility in knowing how easily fortune shifts, strength in realizing how many still press onward, despite the weight of silence and exclusion. As evening approaches, their images linger. You imagine the pie seller counting her coins, the porter lying sore on his straw bed, the clerk closing his inkpot, the beggar curling under her cloak. They fade into shadow as the bells ring compline, but their presence endures. For they are not just characters of London. They are reflections of anyone who has ever sought a place in a world that seems to resist belonging. Even in harsh streets, kindness found a door. Walk through London's labyrinth long enough, and amid the soot, the smells, the cries for coin, You will notice moments that glow quietly, like lanterns set in doorways. They are seldom grand, seldom recorded in chronicles. Yet for the weary traveler, for the apprentice, for the widow, for anyone pressed against the city's rough walls, they mattered more than proclamations from kings. Kindness did not stride the streets with banners. It lived in subtler ways. In the baker's hand pressing a misshapen loaf into the palm of a hungry child. In the porter who, though bent with his own load, steadied another man's burden as they climbed a stair. In the priest who paused after compline to murmur a blessing over the trembling beggar. Such gestures did not erase hardship, but they softened it, the way wool softens iron against the skin. Consider the inn at the corner of Bread Street, its signboard creaking on rusty hinges. A weary woman arrived there one damp night, her shoes caked with mud from the road, her face drawn from sleepless miles. She had only a single coin, not enough for a full bed. The innkeeper, hardened by years of bargaining, glanced at her, then at his crowded room. For a moment, the silence stretched. He could have turned her away. Instead, he nodded toward the hearth. "There's space by the fire," he said. And so she curled on the bench, warmed by embers, spared the night's chill. Such acts rarely made a man richer, but they stitched invisible threads that bound the city. For the one who received kindness, London felt less a fortress and more a hearth. And for the one who gave it, the burden of harshness grew lighter. In this sense, kindness was not charity, it was survival shared. Apprentices, often treated sternly by their masters, learned this in quiet corners. After long hours at the loom or forge, an older journeyman might slip an apple into a boy's hand, or whisper a joke to ease his worry. Those were not grand lessons in craft, but they were lessons in humanity. To be acknowledged, to be eased, reminded the boy that he was not simply a pair of hands, but a soul worth tending. There were stories, too, of guild members offering alms to widows of fallen brethren, or paying for a sick apprentice's care. It was expected, yes. Guild statutes required support. Yet when given sincerely, when a master lingered at a bedside or pressed extra pennies into a grieving hand, the help carried warmth that no written rule could command. Kindness found curious shapes in the markets. Sellers often shouted loud, each voice competing. Yet beneath the clamor, friendships bloomed. A fishmonger might pass a smaller cut to her neighbor's child, whispering, "For your supper." A fruit seller, knowing his apples bruised in the night, would give them away rather than let them rot. These were small exchanges, almost invisible to the rushing crowd, but they revealed a deeper economy, the trade of care. Even strangers joined in. Once, near the river, a heavy bale slipped from a porter's grasp, crashing into the mud. Coins threatened to vanish with the wool if the goods were ruined. He cursed under his breath, face pale with dread of a lost wage. Yet two men nearby, themselves weary, stepped forward. Together they lifted the bale, wiped it with rags, steadied it back into the line. No words of thanks were needed. The nod exchanged was enough. The porter went home that night with his day's wage intact, and perhaps with renewed belief that the city had not forgotten him. Of course, kindness was not always pure. Some gestures carried the weight of calculation. The master easing an apprentice to secure loyalty, the merchant offering alms to polish his reputation. Yet, even so, the effect on the weary was real. Bread given to a hungry child filled his stomach regardless of the giver's intent. For the receiver, the relief mattered more than the motive. The quiet shock lay in how these small mercies often determined survival. A coin dropped into a beggar's hand might mean one more night of warmth instead of frost. A neighbor watching a widow's children could mean the difference between despair and endurance. Life in medieval London hung by threads, and kindness often tied them back together. Notice, too, how kindness reshaped sound. Amid clanging hammers and shouted bargains, softer notes rose, laughter shared over a cup of ale, a lullaby hummed by a mother while mending cloth, the gentle "God keep you" offered at a door. These sounds, though quieter, lingered in memory longer than bells. They were the music of reassurance. And so, as you walked the streets, you began to listen differently, not only to the noise of commerce, but to the pauses where kindness breathed. A hand steadying another's elbow across uneven stones. A stranger sharing directions with patience rather than scorn. Even a dog offered a bone by a tired cook. Small mercies woven into the city's endless clamor. You realize then that kindness was not rare, only often overlooked. London, with its barriers and its strict guild rules, could seem cold, but within its very heart pulsed these hidden acts, small flames against the draft. They did not erase hardship, but they gave it meaning. Perhaps the truest kindness lay not in gifts, but in recognition. To be seen, to be acknowledged as human, was itself a form of mercy. The beggar's silent hand mattered less than the gaze that met it without scorn. The apprentice's weary sigh mattered less than the journeyman's chuckle that said, "I've been there too." Recognition was warmth, invisible, yet profound. As evening fell, you carried these glimpses like embers. They reminded you that in a city where death could come swiftly, where wealth and poverty walked side by side, what endured was not only stone or guild law, but the shared decision, repeated daily, to care. The city felt a hush before it knew the storm. By late summer, the city's rhythm carried a faint discord, as though a familiar song had slipped slightly out of tune. London's bells still tolled at prime and vespers. The market still rang with cries of fish and bread, and children still darted barefoot through lanes. Yet beneath the ordinary noise lay whispers, hesitant at first, then growing bolder. They say in the South, whole villages, gone. A merchant lowered his voice over ale, not wanting his words to carry. A widow at the well clutched her bucket tighter when neighbors mentioned a sickness in the ports. At first, such talk was dismissed. London had heard rumors before. Fires, famines, invasions that never came. But this whisper clung like smoke that would not clear. You could sense it in the way people looked toward strangers. A sailor stepping off a boat was met with narrowed eyes. His cough, once ignored as the mark of damp weather, now stirred unease. Markets still bustled, but buyers handled goods more warily. A basket of figs from Bordeaux tempted the palate, but who had plucked them, and what lingered unseen on their skins? The priests counseled prayer, urging processions of psalms through the streets. Some believed the sickness was divine punishment, a scourge for sin. Others muttered of poisoned wells, of foul air seeping through cracks in the earth. Physicians, few as they were, prescribed herbs to burn, blood to spill, charms to hang at the door. None knew the truth, but uncertainty itself became a weight upon the city. Daily life pressed on, as it must. Bakers kneaded their dough, porters hauled their loads, apprentices hurried under errands. But listen closely, and the soundscape shifted. Conversations dipped lower, laughter rang less freely, bells seemed more insistent. At night, when torches burned low and streets emptied, the silence grew heavy, broken by anxious coughs behind shuttered windows. A quiet shock arrived when the first familiar household closed its doors. Neighbors whispered that the family within would not answer knocks. Days later, the shutters opened only to release the stench of death. Word spread. It was no longer rumor from the south, no longer distant. The sickness had entered London. No one announced it with trumpets. The recognition came in smaller signs. A tavern stood half empty, its benches bare. A guild meeting postponed without explanation. A priest hurried through prayers, glancing at the coughing man in the pew. The city, so used to clamor, seemed to hesitate, as though waiting for something unnamed to break. And then it did. The pestilence, what future centuries would call the Black Death, revealed itself with merciless clarity. A swelling at the neck or groin, fever burning, breath ragged, life extinguished within days. Families who gathered to care for one another sometimes fell together, their homes marked by silence where once children had played. Carts began to roll through the streets, not filled with wares, but with bodies carried to hurried graves. The quietest shock of all was how quickly the extraordinary became ordinary. By the second week, no one gasped at the sight of a shuttered house. By the third, the cart's rattle was familiar as any market cry. Survival demanded numbness. To weep at every loss was impossible. Instead, people looked ahead, kept moving, muttered prayers, and clung fiercely to any fragment of normal routine. Still, kindness did not vanish. You could glimpse it in unlikely places. A neighbor leaving bread on the sill of a closed house. A friar holding a hand long after hope was gone. A child covering a sibling with the only blanket they owned. These acts glowed brighter against the gathering dark, proof that humanity, though shaken, still breathed. Yet fear reshaped the city's fabric. Processions dwindled, guild feasts canceled, marriages postponed. In their place rose funerals, though even those grew shorter, stripped of ritual by necessity. Priests hurried through prayers, exhausted by the endless toll. Bells tolled not for hours, but for the dead, their notes a ceaseless dirge that threaded every waking moment. For those who survived, each day was measured not only in labor or coin, but in breath. Did the cough in one's chest deepen? Did a neighbor's door remain shut? Did the river, foul as ever, seem more ominous in its stink? Questions once simple, what bread to buy, which alley to cross, now carried the weight of survival, and still markets opened. Bread was needed, ale brewed, wool measured. Hunger pressed as firmly as fear. To live, one had to work, even while death walked nearby. That paradox became London's strange rhythm. Hammers clanging beside dirges, cries of fresh fish mingling with bells for the departed. The city's walls, meant to guard against invaders, could not keep out what was already inside. Narrow lanes, crowded rooms, the very closeness that had once given London its hum of life now hastened its suffering. Yet within that closeness, people also found companionship. To sit by a fire with family, to share a prayer with neighbors, to hear another voice in the night. These became lifelines, fragile but necessary. Looking back, you realize the true climax was not only the pestilence itself, but the way it forced every soul to reckon with fragility. The merchant who once calculated profits now calculated survival. The apprentice who once dreamed of mastery now dreamed only of another dawn. The beggar and the guild master both faced the same shadow. For once, barriers mattered less. Mortality leveled them all. And still, even in the deepest shadow, the city breathed. The bells tolled, voices murmured prayers, Children's laughter occasionally pierced the silence like a birdsong after storm. London endured, scarred, but not silenced. Even the loudest city learns how to whisper in grief. When the pestilence settled fully into London, it did not arrive like a storm that strikes once and passes. It seeped into every alley, every parish, every household, like a fog that thickens day by day. At first, people had spoken of the sickness in low tones, but soon there was no need for lowered voices. The evidence was plain in the streets. You could see it in the shuttered homes, their doors chalked with marks or guarded by neighbors too fearful to enter. You could hear it in the bells, no longer ringing only to call to prayer, but to toll for the dead, each note a heavy drop into the city's collective heart. You could smell it, unmistakable, in the air, a sourness of decay that mingled with the usual odors of dung and smoke. Even those long accustomed to foulness noticed this new layer, heavier, sharper, impossible to ignore. Yet life went on. That was the strangest shock of all. Carts still rattled down Cheapside, though some carried bodies instead of goods. Bakers still slid loaves into ovens, though their queues grew shorter each week. Alehouses still poured drink, though laughter there sounded thinner, more forced. London did not stop. It adapted, grimly, to a new rhythm. The pestilence struck unevenly, and that unevenness played cruel tricks on the mind. One household might fall silent overnight, while the one next door remained full of noise and quarrel. A child might wither while her brother played in the lane. This randomness led some to believe the air itself was poisoned, that fate blew with the wind, indifferent to walls or prayers. Neighbors grew wary. The closeness that had once bound the city became a cause for suspicion. A cough in the market made buyers scatter. A fevered look in the eye could cost a man his work by morning. And yet, paradoxically, some bonds grew stronger. Families huddled tighter, sharing their small resources. Friends risked themselves to tend one another. Fear and compassion danced together, never far apart. Clerics walked the streets more often, murmuring blessings, sometimes carrying the dead themselves when no one else would. Not all survived their duty. Many priests and friars succumbed quickly, their absence leaving flocks adrift. Those who remained grew gaunt with exhaustion, moving from one bed of suffering to the next, voices hoarse from chanting prayers for the dying. Guilds, too, adapted. Statutes that once guarded entrance now bent under necessity. With masters gone, apprentices were advanced sooner. With entire families lost, strangers inherited businesses. Opportunity sprang, but always from loss. The city's rigid barriers, so strong only months earlier, now cracked under the weight of mortality. A lad who once fetched water found himself master of a workshop. A widow inherited her husband's stall, and, for the first time, sold openly in her own right. The plague, brutal as it was, carved new spaces in old walls. The soundscape of the city altered in haunting ways. The usual hum of market cries lessened, replaced by the creak of carts carrying the dead toward hastily dug pits. The rattle of a shovel became as familiar as the ring of a hammer. Bells tolled without pause, until ears grew numb to their solemn weight. In some parishes, there were not enough bell ringers left to mark each death. Silence became the marker instead. Imagine walking at dusk along Thames Street, where warehouses once rang with merchants' voices. Now, the timbers creak in emptiness. Rats scurry boldly across abandoned goods. The river itself, swollen with traffic of funerary barges, seems slower, its surface heavy with the reflection of gray skies. And yet, somewhere nearby, a fiddler still plays, thin notes rising defiantly. Even in grief, music persists. The plague did not erase kindness. If anything, it revealed it more starkly. A neighbor dropping a loaf on a doorstep, retreating quickly but leaving sustenance behind. A child placing a flower near the shuttered home of her friend. A friar kneeling by a woman no one else dared to touch. These small gestures glowed against the dark like embers that refused to die. Still, fear left its mark. Some fled, abandoning kin. Others sealed themselves indoors, refusing any contact. Families fractured under the strain, their bonds tested by the weight of survival. To judge them too harshly is easy from afar, but in the moment, fear was as real as hunger. Choices were made at the edge of endurance, not out of cruelty, but desperation. The greatest shock, whispered in every parish, was how many fell, and how quickly. Some said half, others more. In truth, no one counted with certainty. Graves filled too fast, and names blurred into numbers. The city shrank before its own eyes, yet still it breathed. Survivors walked more slowly, but they walked. Children played with quieter voices, but they played. The bells tolled less for worship than for mourning, but they tolled. What does one do in such a city? You rise, you eat, you work if there is work. You care if you are able, you pray if you believe. You live, even in shadow. That is the quietest clamor of all. The insistence of life in the face of overwhelming death. This insistence made each kindness sharper, each laugh more precious. When a neighbor shared ale, it tasted sweeter than before. When a child's giggle escaped, it rang brighter. When the sun pierced clouds for a single afternoon, the light seemed warmer. The city, pressed against the edge of despair, found meaning in the smallest mercies. And so, even as carts rattled past, even as bells tolled, even as silence spread through streets once bursting with noise, Londoners carried on. They whispered prayers, whispered warnings, whispered comfort. A city of clamor had learned to whisper in grief, and in whispering, to endure. Taverns glowed where strangers found brief shelter together. As shadows lengthened over the crooked roofs of London, the taverns stirred to life. Their timbered walls leaned outward, as if inviting the weary inward. Their signs swayed gently above the doors, painted stags, swans, or bunches of grapes meant to guide customers who could not read. And within, lanterns were lit, filling smoky rooms with a glow that beckoned through the dusk. Taverns had always been places of gathering, but in the days of pestilence they became more than that. They were, for some, the last flicker of normal life. Outside, fear clung to every street, but inside, for a brief while, men and women sat shoulder to shoulder, voices blending with the clatter of cups. It was not safety they found there, but company, and sometimes that was enough. Step through the heavy door, and the world shifts. The air is thick with smoke from torches and hearth, the tang of ale sour on the tongue, the warmth of bodies pressed close. Benches creak beneath the weight of tired porters, apprentices, widows, sailors, and clerks, all ranks drawn together by the need for drink and the balm of voices. The city outside might be divided by guild and wealth, but in the tavern, coins of any size bought a place at the table. Listen, and you hear the mix of tones. Some laugh too loudly, their mirth brittle as glass. Others speak in hushed voices, trading rumors of streets closed, families lost, markets thinned. A fiddler scrapes a tune in the corner, his bow frayed, his notes uneven but spirited. The melody wobbles, yet feet still tap, because rhythm itself is comfort. The tavern keeper moves steadily between tables, his apron darkened by spilled ale, his hands strong from years of lifting barrels. He knows each regular by sight, greets newcomers with a nod, and says little of the sickness. His work is to pour, not to mourn. Yet behind his eyes flickers the same fatigue that marks everyone. He has lost friends too, perhaps even kin, but his livelihood depends upon keeping the lanterns lit. Plates arrive with simple fare, trenchers of coarse bread soaked in pottage, bits of salted fish, small pies. The food is filling more than fine, its comfort lying in warmth rather than taste. Patrons lean over their meals, savoring each bite, not because it is delicate, but because it is shared. Eating together, even cheaply, is its own form of defiance. Now and then, arguments flare. Two apprentices jostle over a bench, their tempers sharpened by drink. A sailor slams his cup down, muttering about wages unpaid. Yet these quarrels seldom last. The tavern itself seems to remind them that life is too fragile to waste on anger. Voices lower, shoulders ease, and the hum resumes. There is, however, an undercurrent of unease. Each cough draws a glance. Each pale face stirs suspicion. No one says the word aloud, but everyone knows the risk. To sit in a crowded room is to court danger, and yet they come. The risk is weighed against the burden of solitude. Better, some feel, to laugh once more with company than to shiver alone with fear. The quiet shock lies in how much comfort could be drawn from such fragile gatherings. A woman pours ale for strangers, and for an hour they feel less like strangers. A man sings a verse off-key, and the room joins him, laughter rolling like balm across weariness. For a moment, plague and hunger step back, edged out by fellowship. At the larger taverns, merchants gather in upper rooms, their voices more measured. They speak of trade routes cut, of wool shipments stalled, of debts impossible to collect. Their talk is heavy, yet even here the lantern light softens the edges. Plans are made, new bargains struck, cups raised in cautious hope. The plague has thinned their ranks, but commerce insists on endurance. And in the smaller corners, you might see a different fellowship. A widow sipping slowly from a shared cup, a group of young men gambling with dice, a friar resting with his hood down, listening to the hum of ordinary voices. These gatherings, humble and unremarkable, mattered as much as the guild feasts of grand halls. They reminded each soul that community, though battered, still breathed. Music wove itself through these nights. A fiddler's tune, a drum tapped on a table, a song rising in uneven harmony. Lyrics shifted with the times. Old ballads mingled with new verses about sickness, some grim, some slyly humorous. Better ale than air, one line teased, and though no one truly believed it, they laughed, because laughter itself was a scarce resource. Outside, night pressed hard. The streets beyond were darker than usual, many windows shuttered, fewer torches burning. The silence there weighed heavy, broken only by dogs or distant carts. But within the tavern, light spilled warmly across flagstones, casting shadows that swayed with every flicker of flame. Inside, voices rose. Outside, the city hushed. The contrast made the tavern glow seem brighter, a beacon in gloom. And when the night grew late, patrons stumbled into the street, their voices trailing into silence. Some linked arms for comfort, others walked alone with heads bowed. A few carried food scraps home to families. The tavern's bounty stretched just a little further. Doors closed, bolts slid, and lanterns dimmed, leaving only embers in the hearth. But the memory of the glow lingered, enough to carry them through the dark hours. Taverns, for all their smoke and noise, were more than drinking houses in these days. They were sanctuaries of the ordinary, where life pretended, if only briefly, to be unchanged. They stitched companionship into days unraveling from fear. In their benches and cups, Londoners found small proof that humanity endured. In the market, fortune and hunger stood shoulder to shoulder. Morning in London still began with market stalls, though their numbers had thinned. Merchants continued to spread their cloth, bakers to set out loaves, fishmongers to cry their wares. Yet what struck the eye more than goods was the contrast between those who came to buy and those who came only to look. Picture Cheapside, the broad heart of London commerce. On one side of the street, a goldsmith arranges gleaming cups, their polished surfaces catching the pale sunlight. His apprentices hover close, brushing cloths against silver, adjusting displays so that even passers-by cannot help but pause. These objects glitter with wealth, symbols of power still intact despite the pestilence's shadow. A nobleman's steward stops to inspect, his purse heavy enough to consider purchase, his words clipped, practiced in bargaining. And just across the way, a widow lingers before a baker's stall, counting the few coins in her palm. The loaves are coarse, small, priced higher than the week before. She hesitates, eyes flicking between her purse and her children's faces. Hunger insists, yet the money will not stretch. She buys the smallest loaf and breaks it before they even step away, her children clutching crumbs while the steward and goldsmith exchange courtesies. The city had always held this contrast, but plague made it starker. Wealth insulated, if not fully protected. Noble households could retreat to country manors, carrying with them servants, food, and medicine. Merchants with coin might purchase rare spices said to cleanse the air, or hire physicians to bleed them in hopes of warding off sickness. They could afford to abandon a street, to flee a parish, to close their shutters until danger passed. For the poor, there was no such escape. The city was both prison and provider. To leave was to starve. To stay was to risk. Their coin bought only what sustained them for a day or two. When sickness struck, there were no country manors to retreat to, only crowded rooms where the air thickened with fever. You could see the difference in clothing as you walked. Wealthy merchants, even in dark days, wore tunics dyed deep colors, crimson, indigo, green, their sleeves lined with fur. Their belts bore pouches heavy with coins, keys, and seals of office. Meanwhile, laborers wrapped themselves in the same patched garments day after day, the fabric thinning to near transparency at the elbows and knees. Their shoes gaped, their cloaks smelled of smoke and rain. Yet these two worlds met in the same market lanes. A nobleman's steward might brush shoulders with a washerwoman. A merchant bargaining over wool might step past a child begging for bread. The same bells tolled over both, the same carts rattled by, the same fear of pestilence shadowed them all. There was a strange irony. The disease seemed to strike with less regard for wealth than most hardships. Rich households, though better fed and better sheltered, still lost members. Priests whispered that the pestilence leveled lords and laborers alike. But while death showed little discrimination, survival afterward did. A rich family could afford to bury their dead with rites, to pay priests to chant prayers, to commission memorials in stone. A poor family laid their loved ones in common pits, their names quickly forgotten by the city's record. Quiet shocks hid in plain sight. Imagine a market morning when a goldsmith's apprentice carried a silver goblet past a beggar child. The goblet's worth might have fed a dozen families for months, yet it passed within inches of hunger too sharp to name. No words were exchanged, only glances. The child's hand extended, empty. The apprentice's eyes slid past, trained to ignore. That distance between want and wealth could be measured not in yards, but in heartbeats. Yet sometimes the divide blurred. A noble family fleeing to the countryside might leave servants behind to fend for themselves, suddenly stripped of status and coin. Merchants who lost ships to plague-weakened crews could find themselves ruined overnight, their fine garments pawning for bread within months. Wealth was armor, but not invincible, and on rare occasions, mercy crossed the gap. A baker, noticing the widow's hesitation, might quietly add an extra crust. A merchant, softened by his own recent loss, might drop coins into the alms box for the parish poor. These gestures did not erase inequality, but they carved small doorways through the wall dividing rich and poor. For those on the edge, even a crust could mean the difference between despair and endurance. The market itself echoed this divide. On the north side, stalls overflowed with goods for those who could afford them. Bolts of cloth, wines, spices, even books for clerks who could read. On the south side, offerings thinned, wilted vegetables, stale bread, cheap pots patched with lead. The wealthy walked with measured steps, servants following. The poor moved quickly, scanning, hoping, bargaining. And yet, both breathed the same air, both heard the same bells toll. At times, resentment flared. A hungry man muttered as he passed a goldsmith's stall. What use are cups when belly's empty? A woman spat near a steward's feet, anger simmering at wealth untouched while her children wasted. But such sparks rarely flamed into riot. The city was too exhausted, too bowed by sickness, to kindle full revolt. Instead, resentment lingered quietly, like smoke that smolders but never catches. Still, the contrast etched itself into memory. Survivors would not forget the sight of noble families riding past with carts of goods, while beggars collapsed by the roadside. They would not forget which neighbors shared bread and which barred their doors. Wealth and want walked side by side, but kindness, more than coin, often drew the sharper line. As evening fell, market stalls closed. The wealthy carried their purchases home to shuttered halls. The poor clutched small loaves, perhaps a scrap of fish. The market square emptied, but its contrasts lingered in memory. Tomorrow, the pattern would repeat, fortune and hunger moving together like shadows in the same fading light. A gentle trust opened more than a heavy gate. London's gates stood high and iron-bound, meant to hold danger at bay. They guarded against raiders, against rebels, against the unknown. Yet in the heart of the city, people learned that the gates that mattered most were not the ones built of timber and iron, but the invisible ones between neighbors. In days when fear closed doors, trust became the rarest and most precious gift. Imagine a lane where the shutters were drawn tight, each household holding its breath. The pestilence had taught Londoners to keep apart, to avoid strangers, to fear even the air that drifted from a neighbor's door. Yet in such silence, life could not endure. Food had to be fetched, water carried, children soothed, the sick tended. And so trust tiptoed into the spaces where locks could not help. A woman lowered a loaf by rope from her window to the widow across the lane. No words passed between them, only a nod, but the gesture said, "I see you. I will not let you starve." In return, days later, the widow left a jug of ale by the door, retreating before thanks could be spoken. These small exchanges built bridges stronger than stone. Elsewhere, an apprentice who had lost his master knocked timidly at another workshop. He expected dismissal. The guild's rules were still stern, but the master within, himself short of hands, beckoned him inside. The boy's relief showed in his trembling shoulders. A contract was signed in haste, not by parchment, but by shared necessity. Trust sealed what rules would have forbidden. Children, too, practiced this fragile art. When playmates vanished behind shuttered doors, those left behind still found ways to connect. A girl tied a ribbon to a stick and waved it from her upper window. Across the lane, a boy answered with a whistle, the tune faint but bright. No words, no closeness, yet the thread of trust. You are still there. I am still here. Held them through the long days. The quiet shock was how often survival depended on these invisible bonds. A neighbor's willingness to share a bucket of water spared a family from collapse. A midwife's courage to cross a threshold kept a child alive. Even a watchman, trusted with news of which streets lay closed, could determine who ventured safely and who walked into peril. Trust was not an ornament. It was the hinge on which life turned. Trust also found its way into worship. Though processions had waned, small gatherings formed quietly. Parishioners slipped into churchyards at dusk, trusting one another to keep the meeting discreet. There, prayers rose, not thunderous but steady, asking for mercy. To kneel side by side in those hours required courage, for each knew the risk of closeness. Yet the choice to trust outweighed fear, if only for a few minutes. Merchants discovered the same truth. Formal contracts faltered when men died before debts could be repaid. In their place, handshakes and spoken promises gained new weight. A wool merchant extended credit to a clothier he had known since childhood, trusting that if both survived, the debt would be honored. In such times, reputation and trust mattered more than seal or signature. Of course, trust was not universal. There were betrayals. Servants abandoned their masters. Neighbors turned away in suspicion. Some even cheated the desperate with false cures and costly charms. These failures wounded deeply, carving scars of bitterness. Yet they also sharpened the memory of genuine trust. A loaf freely given stood out all the brighter against the darkness of deceit. Consider the gate of Bishopsgate itself, one of the city's northern entrances. Travelers arrived there daily, weary, anxious, seeking shelter. Guards examined them, wary of strangers. Yet sometimes trust spoke louder than suspicion. A pilgrim with dust on her cloak was allowed through because her eyes carried honesty. A trader from the countryside was waved in because a porter vouched for his kin. Each entry carried risk, yet also affirmed the city's need to remain connected to the world beyond. To close all gates was to suffocate. To open some, guided by trust, was to breathe. The sound of trust was quieter than bells or carts. It was the soft knock at a door, answered by a cautious but willing hand. It was the murmur of voices sharing secrets in shadowed alleys. It was the scrape of a bucket lowered by rope, the clink of coins dropped in honest exchange. These sounds, though small, shaped the city as firmly as stone walls. Trust also softened grief. When funerals blurred into countless tolls, neighbors still paused to walk together toward the pit, trusting one another with shared sorrow. When food grew scarce, families pooled what they had, each trusting the other not to take more than their share. In such gestures, the city revealed its truest resilience. Looking back, you realize that trust was not only survival, but defiance. In giving bread, in opening a door, in taking a neighbor's hand, Londoners declared that fear would not have the final word. Even amid pestilence, they chose to risk kindness. That risk carried no guarantee, but it carried meaning. As dusk deepened, lanterns glowed behind shutters. Some doors remained barred, but others opened cautiously to share warmth. The city's iron gates stood tall, but the real passage lay in human hearts, unlocked by trust, given and returned. And so London endured, not by strength of walls, but by the fragile courage to lean upon one another. Belonging grew not from triumph, but from small steps. There is a moment in every life when survival alone no longer feels enough. After months of watching the plague's toll, of earning coins one day and spending them the next, of wondering which neighbor might fall ill by morning, a quiet question surfaces. Where do I belong? In medieval London, belonging was never given freely. It had to be earned, woven, and carefully tended. Picture a narrow lane at dawn. Smoke rises from hearths. Market women set out baskets of apples, and apprentices hurry with sleepy eyes toward their masters' shops. Amid such ordinary sights, belonging took root. It was not marked by banners or grand speeches. Instead, it appeared in the nod of recognition from a porter at the wharf, in a baker's habit of saving you the crust you preferred, in a guild clerk remembering your name at the counting house. These small acknowledgments told a person, you are no longer a stranger here. For many newcomers, the first step upward came through consistent labor. A dock worker who appeared at the wharf each morning, rain or shine, was soon known by sight. His shoulders might ache, his back might bend, but his steadiness earned quiet respect. That respect could lead to steadier pay, to an introduction, to the possibility of more regular work. Belonging began with being expected. Others found their steps upward through the church. Parishes were the heart of community life, organizing feasts, maintaining records, offering aid to the poor. To be recognized at Mass, to kneel in the same pew week after week, was to declare a place in the neighborhood. The sexton might nod, the priest might learn your confession, and in time, fellow parishioners might call you by name. Faith offered more than prayers. It offered a pattern of belonging stitched into daily rhythms. Apprenticeship, too, gave shape to belonging. A boy, once an outsider, became part of a master's household, wearing the livery of his guild, carrying goods through Cheapside with a sense of purpose. He was no longer just another child in the street. He was someone's apprentice, tied to a trade, marked for a future. That sense of attachment, however demanding, bestowed both identity and expectation. The city's market squares told similar stories. Vendors staked their places each morning, and by repetition, their presence became part of the city's memory. The fishmonger at the third stall by the bridge, the woman who sold onions at the corner, the cloth merchant whose colorful bolts brightened a dark lane, each carved a niche. Customers sought them out not only for goods, but for familiarity. Belonging was measured in return visits, in trust exchanged with coins. Quiet shocks revealed themselves along the way. One might discover that belonging required not just work, but risk. A man lent his only spade to a neighbor for construction work, uncertain if it would be returned. When it came back polished and whole, a thread of belonging had been tied. A woman entrusted her daughter to another household as a servant, believing the mistress would treat her kindly. Each act of trust widened the circle in which one felt at home, sometimes belonging surprised with its sudden arrival. A stranger, after weeks of anonymity, might be hailed by name across the street. The sound of one's name, spoken by another, struck deeper than any wage. It said, "You are seen. You are part of this place." For those who had fled countryside or plague-stricken towns, such recognition was a balm as nourishing as bread. The guilds, with their rules and rituals, offered a higher tier of belonging. Even as they guarded their privileges, they welcomed those who endured the long road of apprenticeship and presented their masterpiece for approval. The ceremony of becoming a freeman, of being admitted to a guild was more than economic. It was a rite of passage into the city's inner circle. A man who had once labored nameless at the docks could, through persistence and fortune, stand among the respected artisans of his craft. Belonging also had its shadows. Those denied it felt the absence sharply. Immigrants barred from guild membership, women confined to limited trades, the poor who could not afford entrance fees, all lingered on the city's margins. For them, belonging came in alternate forms, in kinship among the overlooked, in solidarity among fellow laborers, in the shared resilience of those outside the city's formal circles. Their bonds, though unofficial, were no less real. Festivals and holy days drew these threads together. On Midsummer's Eve, bonfires lit the streets, neighbors danced, and laughter rose above the gloom. For a night, all seemed woven into one fabric: merchants, apprentices, widows, children. In such moments, belonging was felt not through contracts, but through shared joy. Even in times of loss, the city remembered how to gather. To belong in medieval London was to endure its rhythms, the bells of St. Paul's marking the hours, the tolls of curfew summoning all indoors, the cries of hawkers punctuating the day. Over time, these sounds ceased to feel foreign. They became the music of one's own life. A newcomer no longer startled at the call of, "What do you lack?" or the rattle of cartwheels. Instead, these noises comforted, reminding the ear that it was home. The upward steps of belonging rarely looked grand. They were quiet increments, like notches carved into a staff. The shared meal, the nod of greeting, the invitation to join a procession, the trust of a borrowed tool, the right to wear a guild badge. Each was small alone, but together they built a staircase rising from isolation into community. By the end of such a climb, a person could look around and see not just houses and strangers, but landmarks of connection. That stall where one always bought bread, that church where one's prayers had been whispered, that neighbor who had once lent a hand. In such recognition, London ceased to be a cage of survival and became, instead, a dwelling of the spirit. A single word read aloud could change a life. The city spoke in many voices: the clatter of carts on cobblestones, the cries of hawkers, the toll of bells, the low rumble of tavern laughter. But for those who could read, another voice whispered softly between the lines of ink on parchment. In medieval London, literacy was not common, yet where it appeared, it carried a quiet power, opening doors as surely as any key. Picture a candlelit chamber above a shop. A clerk bends over parchment, quill scratching steadily. The ink is dark and wet, the letters looping carefully. Outside, apprentices shout in the lane, but here there is silence broken only by breath and the rasp of feather on skin. That sound, for those who recognized it, meant not merely business, but opportunity. To write was to keep memory, to anchor trust, to lend permanence to words that might otherwise vanish in air. For a laborer who had known only spoken bargains at the docks, the first glimpse of written lists could feel like magic. A line of cramped letters marked barrels of spice, sacks of wool, measures of salt. What seemed mere scratches on skin revealed ownership, price, weight, and promise. In that knowledge lay protection. A merchant cheated less easily when records bore witness. The ability to read such lists meant power, even if wielded softly. London's guilds treasured literacy in their officers: the warden who could draft clear ordinances, the beadle who kept minutes, the clerk who tallied dues. These men shaped the memory of the guild itself. A guild without records might be cheated, forgotten, or challenged. A guild with ink and parchment stood firm against doubt. Thus, literacy carved paths for clever boys beyond muscle and trade. Yet literacy was not confined to guild halls. In parish churches, records of baptism and marriage preserved lives otherwise unmarked. A name inked in a register ensured that even if plague swept away a family, the city would remember. For mothers and fathers, to see their child's name written down was to feel the permanence of belonging. The shock lay in how rare and fragile this power remained. Most Londoners signed with marks, simple crosses or circles, when contracts demanded their names. They entrusted clerks or priests to interpret the words that bound them. A man might labor all his life without reading a line, his fate decided by documents he could not decipher. The gulf between those who could and those who could not was wide. But sometimes, that gulf was bridged in unexpected ways. A boy apprenticed to a baker might secretly trace letters in flour on the workbench, copying marks he glimpsed on parchment. A servant, delivering goods to a scrivener, might linger and watch, learning the shapes of words in silence. Knowledge spread not only in schools, but in shadows, in the quiet hunger of those who longed for more than toil. In taverns, rumors traveled swiftly, but so did scraps of news read aloud by the few who could. A letter from Calais, a proclamation from the mayor, a scrap of verse. These were treasures. One man's voice, reading clearly, could gather a crowd, their faces lit by firelight, drinking in words that otherwise would remain locked away. The act of sharing the written word became a communal gift, weaving listeners into a circle of wonder. Learning did not always come with parchment. The city itself was a teacher. A porter learned the weight of bales, the tilt of tides. A brewer knew the scents that marked a proper mash. A carpenter read the grain of wood as surely as letters on a page. Yet alongside these crafts, the ability to mark symbols gave new standing. To read was to step into another chamber of life, where trade, prayer, and memory gained an extra dimension. Some households valued literacy as inheritance. A father who had once worked as a clerk might pass down a battered psalter, teaching his children to sound out words line by line. A widow, left with only her husband's books, might guard them as treasures, even if she could not read herself. To possess a book was to hold a fragment of permanence in a shifting world. There were also schools, humble and severe. Boys sat on wooden benches, chanting Latin phrases, their voices rising in uneven chorus. The master's rod stood nearby, a reminder that learning came with discipline. Quills scratched, wax tablets bore practice letters, and in time, some of these children would serve in chancery, in guild offices, in merchant houses, where records grew ever more vital. For those fortunate enough to sit in such rooms, each mastered line opened doors unseen by their peers. The city's churches carried another form of learning, scripture and sermon. Even if most parishioners could not read, the act of hearing sacred words shaped their lives. Yet those who could read scripture themselves held a rare intimacy with the text. In the hush of evening, by firelight, to trace a psalm with one's own eyes was to touch eternity more directly than through another's voice. Shock came when knowledge turned practical. In the heat of plague, those who could read proclamations understood quarantines, restrictions, and the city's attempts at control. They could act swiftly, protect households, or seize chances others missed. Literacy meant survival, as well as dignity. A family with one reader might fare differently from a family without, not through wealth, but through information. Still, learning remained a tender thing, growing where it could. Some learned only enough to read prices or reckon sums. Others mastered letters enough to send a short note. A few rose to broader skill, drafting contracts, composing sermons, writing chronicles. Each step mattered. Each letter written, each word sounded out, stretched the boundaries of a life. Imagine again that candle-lit chamber above a shop. The clerk sets aside his quill, stretches his fingers, and sighs. The work is tedious, but it sustains him. Beneath his hand lies more than parchment. It holds the city's story, captured line by line. Tomorrow, others will rely on these words. A dispute will be settled, a debt recalled, a life remembered. The power of learning is not loud. It does not shout in the marketplace. It whispers steadily, and those who listen are changed. And so London's quiet scholars, clerks, priests, apprentices, widows guarding books, boys chalking letters in secret, shaped the city as surely as masons shaped its walls. Their learning gave memory, trust, and hope. It was a bridge, fragile yet enduring, between survival and belonging. Strength was often found in borrowed hands. When winter came to London, it settled not lightly, but like a weight upon every beam and every bone. The days shortened. The Thames grew sluggish with ice along its banks, and hearth fires burned almost constantly, though wood grew dear. The chill carried more than cold. It carried memory of hunger, of sickness, of the way silence stretched when neighbors were gone. Yet in that season of absence, Londoners discovered anew the power of presence. Resilience was not a loud thing. It rarely arrived with trumpets or with boasts. More often, it came in the form of two hands lifting the same burden. Picture a cart stuck in the mire of a narrow lane. Alone, the driver strained, muttering curses, his breath clouding in the air. Then another passerby set down his own bundle, placed his shoulder beside the first, and together they heaved. The cart jolted free, rolling forward. No names exchanged, perhaps, yet the brief alliance stitched a thread of strength into the day. In kitchens, women traded herbs and remedies. One shared thyme to ease coughs, another passed a jar of honey, yet another boiled garlic in ale and claimed it warded fevers. Whether such cures healed or not, the act of sharing itself soothed. To receive a gift of cloves in a time when spices cost dearly was to feel less alone, as though resilience could be brewed as well as born. Children, too, revealed this quiet solidarity. In lanes where games had dwindled, a handful still dared to chase hoops or toss balls of rags. Their laughter, thinner now, still rang against the stone. When one stumbled, the others reached down, pulling him up. In that simple reflex, to lift another, the city glimpsed the seed of its endurance. Guilds, which so often guarded their privileges, also became havens of resilience. Members pooled funds to bury the dead, to aid widows, to provide for apprentices left masterless. Minutes from those years record not only rules and fines, but acts of mercy. A shoemaker's widow given coin, a carpenter's child taken in, a journeyman granted tools to continue work. These gestures, formal and informal, turned craft brotherhoods into lifelines. The shock of the time was not merely the scale of loss, but the way resilience emerged precisely where loss was deepest. In a parish stripped of half its people, those remaining gathered more closely. Bells rang not only for funerals, but for vigils, binding the living through shared prayer. In streets where shops had shuttered, neighbors pooled what remained, sharing broth and bread. Scarcity did not erase generosity. In some cases, it sharpened it. At taverns, solidarity brewed alongside ale. Men spoke of absent friends. Women exchanged news of kin. travelers brought tidings of villages beyond. Each word, though weighted, helped others stand a little straighter. To hear of survival elsewhere was to imagine it at home. The tavern benches grew rough with elbows, sticky with spilled drink, but they bore witness to resilience forged in company. Sometimes resilience meant bending rather than breaking. A merchant whose trade in silks collapsed turned to selling wool, humbler but steady. A brewer whose alehouse emptied sold pies instead. A mason who lost commissions mended fences in villages nearby. In shifting, they endured. London's resilience was not rigid strength, but pliant adaptation, like willow branches swaying yet unbroken in the wind. There were moments of near despair. A mother burying her third child might feel her knees give way. A master closing his shop for the last time might curse the heavens. Yet often, another presence steadied them, a neighbor taking the mother's arm, a journeyman helping the master stack his wares. Resilience did not erase sorrow, but it prevented sorrow from swallowing entirely. Even the watchman, whose task was often grim, embodied this endurance. They patrolled the streets through frost and fog, calling the hours. 10 of the clock and all's well. Their voices rang, even when all was not well at all. To hear those words, steady and repeated, gave comfort. The very persistence of the watch suggested that the city's heart still beat. Resilience appeared in song, too. Ballads sung in markets carried refrains of survival. The plow still drawn, the mill still turning, the boat still afloat. These songs, hummed quietly while stirring pottage or sweeping a shop floor, stitched courage into daily labor. A tune carried from one street to another reminded each listener, "We are still here." The streets themselves bore marks of shared endurance. Windows patched with cloth, doors reinforced with new boards, roofs mended with whatever material could be found. Each repair told of a hand that refused surrender. The city looked rougher, patched, scarred, but also alive. In gatherings, whether at church, at guild halls, or around hearths, people discovered that telling their stories was itself resilience. A widow recounted how her husband once laughed at the rain soaking their laundry. An apprentice remembered a master's advice. A laborer described the stubborn mule he hauled last spring. These memories, offered freely, became bridges. Each listener nodded, smiled, sometimes wept, but always felt less solitary. By late winter, when the days began to lengthen, Londoners looked around and saw not the city they had known, but the city that had endured. Its shape was altered, its population diminished, yet its spirit remained. The resilience they had shared, in lifting carts, in passing herbs, in lending tools, in singing songs, had carried them through. Memory was London's way of holding its breath. When the plague loosened its grip, it left behind not silence, but echoes. Streets reopened, markets stirred again. Bells tolled not only for funerals, but for weddings and feasts. Yet beneath this return of rhythm lay an undertone. Remembrance. London had been marked, scarred, reshaped by absence, and those who survived learned that to go on meant carrying memory with them, not casting it aside. Remembrance began in the simplest gestures. Families lit candles for those who had gone, placing them in windows or at altars. A single flame wavered, saying silently, "This life mattered." Children pressed tokens into cracks in church walls, a bead, a ribbon, a stone, tiny offerings to hold the presence of parents or siblings. Though no priest required these acts, they became common language, the city speaking softly to itself. Guilds remembered their lost members in ledgers. Names written carefully in ink stood beside notations of dues unpaid. Some lines ended with a small cross, a sign of death. These records, dry at first glance, were sacred in their own way. They meant that a craftsman's life had not passed unseen. His name, his trade, his belonging in the brotherhood would remain inked for future generations. Churchyards told their own stories. Graves multiplied until green gave way to crowded earth, yet mourners still placed sprigs of rosemary, still whispered prayers, still knelt in gratitude for the lives that had touched theirs. The shock was not in the number of graves, though they were countless, but in the resilience of love that filled them. Even when sorrow was overwhelming, Londoners chose to remember rather than turn away. Markets carried memory too. A stall left empty reminded neighbors of the woman who once sold onions there. A missing voice in the cries of hawkers struck as sharply as silence at a feast. Yet resilience and remembrance mingled. Another took the place. The stall reopened, but those who bought there still spoke of the one before. Memory persisted in conversation as much as in stone. Children played in the lanes, but even their games bore memory. A rhyme, once sung to tease, became a chant of survival. Ring around. Some lines held darker associations, yet the children laughed, transforming fear into play. Memory shifted in their voices, not denial, not despair, but a way of carrying sorrow lightly, so that it would not crush them. In taverns, stories grew. A patron lifted a mug and spoke of a friend gone, of a brother lost, of a neighbor's kindness in the last days. These tales, woven into nightly conversations, gave memory flesh again. The laughter that followed did not erase grief. It honored it. To tell stories was to remember, to refuse erasure, to insist that those who had lived still mattered in the fabric of the city. Remembrance also appeared in unexpected places. On London Bridge, where shops bustled, a goldsmith kept one piece in his window, a brooch left unfinished by an apprentice who had died. He could have sold it, but he chose to keep it displayed, a silent memorial in metal and gem. Passers-by saw it, asked about it, heard the story, and carried the apprentice's name further than it might otherwise have gone. The city itself bore scars of memory. Empty houses, shuttered too long, were reminders. Some were reoccupied, others fell into ruin. But neighbors remembered who had once lived there. A casual phrase, "That was Master John's place," turned stone into testimony. Memory settled not only in hearts, but in architecture. Quiet shocks often accompanied remembrance. A woman sweeping her doorstep would suddenly notice a shadow where her sister used to stand. A man buying bread realized he had not shared a meal with his dearest friend in over a year. These realizations came without ceremony, striking like gusts of wind, but they kept memory alive in moments no ritual could capture. The church formalized remembrance in masses for the dead. Priests chanted names, incense curled through the air, bells rang. Yet even beyond ritual, remembrance belonged to everyone. A child humming an old lullaby, an apprentice repeating a master's phrase, a widow keeping her husband's knife on the mantel. These private acts sustained memory as much as any sermon. Remembrance shaped the city's sense of itself. London was no longer simply a marketplace or stronghold. It became a memorial in motion, each street layered with stories, each trade carrying names of the lost, each parish infused with recollection. The dignity lay in this. Survivors did not erase the past, but folded it into the present. Some feared remembrance might burden the future. They wondered if constant looking back would weigh down new generations. But memory, carried gently, proved otherwise. It became a compass, reminding apprentices to honor guild oaths, reminding merchants to treat partners fairly, reminding households to treasure what they had. The past did not chain them, it steadied them. Even laughter carried remembrance. A joke repeated by a tavern fire had been told first by someone no longer alive. Each chuckle kept him present. Humor, surprisingly, was one of the city's greatest memorials, ensuring that the dead were remembered not only in sorrow, but in joy. As spring returned, remembrance took on new shapes. Fairs reopened, and at stalls, widows sold what their husbands had left, telling buyers the stories behind each tool. Pilgrimages increased. People walked not only for faith but for memory, leaving tokens at shrines for loved ones lost. The roads filled with remembrance as much as devotion. By then, London understood. To endure meant not to forget, but to carry. Memory was not a stone to drag, but a lamp to guide. In whispered prayers, in stories, in tokens, in laughter, remembrance became the city's quiet dignity. Renewal came not with fanfare, but with green shoots. The human heart, like the city itself, cannot dwell forever in shadow. Even after loss, even after months of shuttered doors and tolling bells, there comes a season when new life pushes through, tentative but sure. In London, renewal did not arrive with sudden triumph. It stole in quietly, like the first bird song after a long winter night. Look first to the gardens. Behind timbered houses, small plots once neglected began to sprout again. A widow bent low to plant onions in the soil her husband had once turned. A child pressed seeds into furrows, watching with wide eyes for the first tender leaves. When green shoots broke the earth, neighbors paused in wonder. Such small growth seemed miraculous, proof that the world still turned, that life insisted on continuing. Markets, too, reflected renewal. Stalls once empty filled again with apples, onions, baskets of herbs. Colors returned, the red of cherries, the yellow of saffron, the blue-dyed cloth spread wide in Cheapside. Bargaining voices rose once more, not as loud as before, but with cautious energy. To haggle over price was almost to declare victory over despair. Trades revived with the same gentle persistence. Hammers rang again in the smithy, looms clattered in workshops, ovens glowed in bakeries. Each sound was familiar, yet strangely precious, like music rediscovered. Apprentices returned to their masters, orphans were taken in by guilds, and the rhythm of instruction began again. "Do it this way," a craftsman said, guiding a boy's hand. The words carried more than technique. They carried the promise of continuity. The churches, once crowded with funerals, began to host weddings again. Bells that had tolled so often in mourning now rang in joy, though with an undertone of humility. Couples exchanged vows not in innocence, but in resilience. Their unions were less about grandeur than about survival. Two souls choosing to face whatever came next together. Renewal here was not romance alone, but the stubborn choice to bind futures despite uncertainty. Children embodied renewal most vividly. Their laughter, once subdued, grew louder in lanes. They played games, sang rhymes, chased dogs through alleys. Their energy pulled adults along, reminding all that life was not meant only for toil or sorrow. A mother watching her child skip rope felt something loosen in her chest. Renewal was not only in the young, it was in the way the old remembered how to smile. Even the Thames spoke of renewal. Boats once sparse crowded the river again, sails white against the sky, barges heavy with wool, wine, timber. The bridge groaned beneath the bustle of merchants and travelers. Water, foul though it often was, gleamed in sunlight as though refreshed. To watch boats glide once more, was to believe that trade, and thus the city's lifeblood, had returned. The quiet shock of renewal was how ordinary it looked. There were no parades, no proclamations declaring the end of grief. Instead, renewal came in small gestures, a neighbor sweeping her doorstep, a baker humming as he kneaded dough, a mason whistling as he set stone. The very ordinariness felt extraordinary. What had been lost was not only life, but routine. To regain routine was itself a rebirth. Renewal also reshaped relationships. Survivors looked at one another differently. A guild brother once seen as rival now seemed more like kin. A neighbor once ignored became companion in memory. Shared suffering had softened edges, drawn people together in recognition of fragility. This new humility carried into daily dealings. Quarrels still occurred, but forgiveness came quicker, as though time itself had grown too precious to waste on bitterness. The city's festivals returned cautiously. On Midsummer's Eve, bonfires blazed, smaller than before but fiercely bright. People gathered, hesitant at first, then with growing courage. Laughter rose, music played, dancers whirled. The night air smelled of smoke and roasted meat, and for a few hours, Londoners remembered joy without guilt. Renewal here was communal, a choice to kindle light against the memory of darkness. Education revived as well. Schools reopened, masters once again drilling Latin into restless boys. Quills scratched on parchment, wax tablets bore fresh letters. In these small classrooms, the future was written, one hesitant hand at a time. Renewal was not only in fields and markets, but in minds, prepared once more to grow. Yet renewal was not naive. London remembered. The empty houses still stood. The graves still filled the churchyards. Renewal did not erase them. Instead, it grew alongside them, weaving memory into new life. A man planting an orchard thought of the brother who once dreamed of it. A woman baking bread recalled the child who had loved the crust. Renewal did not deny grief. It folded it gently into the fabric of hope. Even the city's governance reflected this shift. The mayor and aldermen, scarred by loss, made efforts, however uneven, to improve. Quarantines were reconsidered, public health measures whispered about, guilds urged to keep better records. It was halting, imperfect, yet it marked a recognition that survival alone was not enough. Renewal demanded thought for the future. Quietly, artists and chroniclers began to capture these times. A painter sketched faces of survivors, lined but alive. A scribe copied accounts of the plague so future generations might know. Their work, born of resilience, also breathed renewal. To write was to believe that someone would read. To paint was to believe that someone would look. Creation itself was an act of hope. Walk through London on a spring morning in those years, and you might hear it. The creak of shutters opening, the smell of bread baking, the laughter of children, the cry of a hawker calling apples, the toll of a church bell summoning prayer not for mourning, but for thanksgiving. Renewal was everywhere, not blazing like fire, but glowing steady like embers coaxed back to flame. The dignity of London's renewal lay in its humility. No one declared the city victorious. People simply lived again, and in living, they honored those who had gone. For what better tribute than to let life continue? Renewal was not forgetting. It was remembering in motion. In the hush after sorrow, the city exhaled. There comes a time, after the toll of bells has softened, when the silence of a city is no longer fearful but restful. London reached that time slowly, step by step, as though cautious of breaking the fragile peace that followed the plague. The memory of grief lingered, but so too did the pulse of life. And in that balance, the city learned how to breathe again. At dawn, the streets no longer felt abandoned. Market women set out their baskets, their calls cautious at first, then louder as customers gathered. Bakers stacked loaves still warm from the oven, the steam rising in the crisp morning air. Children tugged at mothers' skirts, asking for a crust. The sound of bargaining, once nearly extinguished, grew strong again, a music older than sorrow. The Thames reflected this renewal. Barges heavy with wool drifted toward the bridge, their sails taut with spring winds. Watermen shouted, their oars steady, carrying passengers from Southwark to the city's heart. The river's surface glittered in the sun, as if pleased to carry life forward. Even its foulness could not mask the sense of motion, of business resumed, of connections restored. Churches filled with more than mourners. Weddings grew frequent, baptisms returned. Processions of saints were carried through streets once haunted by silence. Bells tolled again, but not always in grief. They rang also in thanksgiving, in celebration, in the simple rhythm of marking hours. To hear their steady cadence was to believe that time itself had steadied. Still, remembrance walked beside renewal. Graves remained, names etched in stone or carried in memory, but the city learned not to hush them away. Families told stories of the lost around hearths. Guilds recorded members gone. Neighbors spoke names in prayer. London was not a city that forgot. It was a city that carried. This carrying, quiet and dignified, became its strength. Life's small beauties regained value. A flower in a window pot drew eyes that once avoided looking out. A song sung by an apprentice as he walked to work made passers-by smile. A candle burning late in a scribe's room signaled not only labor, but hope. Hope that his words might outlast him, that someone someday would read them. The city also grew gentler in its connections. Neighbors who had once been strangers now greeted one another, softened by shared survival. Quarrels remained, but forgiveness came swifter. A borrowed cup returned meant more than it once had. A loaf shared between households carried more weight than coin. The fabric of community, though torn, had been stitched anew with threads stronger than before. Festivals returned with quiet splendor. On May Day, garlands hung from windows, and children danced around poles wrapped in ribbons. The laughter was not the wild abandon of youth untouched by sorrow. It was steadier, humbler, but no less joyful. To dance in the shadow of memory was to declare that life, though wounded, was beautiful still. The quiet shock was how much endurance had reshaped ambition. Before the plague, London was a city of striving, merchants seeking profit, guilds defending privilege, nobles flaunting wealth. After, ambition softened into gratitude. A man counted his blessings before his coins. A woman cherished her children's laughter above her dowry's sighs. The city did not abandon its hunger for trade, but it tempered it with tenderness. In taverns, songs rose again. Patrons drank, laughed, argued, but often their talk circled back to the plague years. Stories grew into legends, losses into lessons. Humor returned, sometimes dark, but always tinged with resilience. A joke told about death's heavy cart drew laughter not because it was cruel, but because it acknowledged survival. To jest about sorrow was to prove that sorrow had not won. At night, the city glowed differently. Lanterns flickered in lanes, fires burned in hearths, and the hush felt companionable rather than fearful. Watchmen still called the hours, their voices carrying through the dark. 10 of the clock, and all's well. And for once, those words sounded true. To sleep in such a city was not to surrender to fear, but to rest in trust. Perhaps the most tender renewal lay in the act of dreaming. Survivors, who had once dared not look beyond the next day, began again to plan. A merchant thought of voyages, a mason of new walls, a widow of her children's future. Dreams stitched themselves quietly into the city's nights, lifting hearts beyond survival into hope. The final breath of the plague years did not come with ceremony. It came in the unnoticed moments, when a child born after the pestilence grew to laugh freely, knowing sorrow only through stories, when a market bustled without fear, when bells tolled for ordinary reasons, marking hours instead of lives lost. In these moments, London exhaled. The city that had groaned beneath silence and grief now breathed again, slower, wiser, but alive. And those who walked its streets carried both memory and renewal in equal measure. The lesson was not carved on stone, but whispered in every corner. Life bends, it breaks, it falters, but it also returns. What once was silence is now met with science. When we look back across the centuries, to the narrow streets of 14th century London, it feels almost like gazing into another world. The Great Pestilence, what later generations would call the Black Death, swept through those lanes with little mercy and even less understanding. People whispered of foul air, of angry heavens, of poisoned wells. They clutched herbs to their noses, rang church bells, prayed in long processions, and still the sickness crept from door to door. In those days, fear was the chief companion. A cough could scatter a marketplace. A shutter drawn closed might mean a household had surrendered to death. Families relied on rumor more than knowledge, and the remedies offered by physicians were little better than guesswork. Bleedings, charms, strange mixtures of herbs. Hope rested in prayer and in the fragile kindness of neighbors. Now pause and think of our own time. Not so long ago, the world faced its own shadow in the form of a pandemic. The virus spread swiftly across borders and oceans, but unlike the citizens of medieval London, we did not face it in blindness. Within weeks, microscopes had traced the culprit, laboratories shared information in real time, and doctors guided the public with tested methods. Where once bells tolled in ignorance, now radios, televisions, and phones carried the voices of scientists. There were echoes, of course. Streets grew quiet again. Shops shuttered. Neighbors kept distance. People felt the sting of isolation, just as Londoners once did when they feared even the air from a neighbor's door. Yet alongside the silence was connection, invisible yet strong. Families spoke through screens. Doctors counseled across continents. Children attended lessons through glowing tablets. The hush of plague had been replaced by the hum of technology. The greatest difference, perhaps, lies in medicine itself. In the 14th century, there was no shield between humanity and pestilence beyond prayer and luck. Today, within a year of the first whispers of illness, vaccines were tested, approved, and shared. They did not erase sorrow, but they changed the course of history. What was once only endured could now be resisted. The thought would have seemed like a miracle to a Londoner of 1348. Consider also the matter of trust. Medieval folk trusted the toll of a bell, the word of a priest, the hope of a neighbor. Their world was bounded by parish walls. We, in contrast, live in a global parish. A discovery in one laboratory reaches billions within hours. Instructions about masks or medicines cross languages, oceans, and cultures. Trust may still falter, but the possibility of shared knowledge exists on a scale unimaginable to our ancestors. And yet, there is a thread that binds the past to the present. the quiet resilience of ordinary people. Then, as now, families carried on, neighbors helped neighbors, songs were sung to lighten fear. In the end, survival has always rested not only in science or in faith, but in the human spirit's refusal to surrender. Looking back helps us measure the distance we have traveled. Where once a city cowered beneath silence, today we face illness with tools of research, communication, and care. Where once names vanished in unmarked graves, now they are recorded, remembered, honored in digital spaces that span the world. We live still with risk, but not with ignorance. We breathe still with fear, but also with knowledge. So when we reflect on London's plague-haunted lanes, let us do so with gratitude for what has changed. The candle of hope that flickered in their darkened windows has become, in our time, a brighter lamp, the glow of reason, science, and shared endeavor. And though no age is free of sorrow, ours is armed with understanding. Where one flame once guarded the dark, a switch fills the room. If you stand, just for a moment, in a 14th century doorway at dusk, you can feel how night used to arrive, not as an inconvenience, but as a presence. Shadows pooled in the lanes like water. The city drew inward. A single rushlight sputtered on a table. A hearth breathed low. A beeswax candle, dear as a small treasure, burned in church or guild hall while prayers rose with the smoke. Light was precious, measured, rationed like bread. Families counted hours not by clock faces, but by how far a candle had sunk, how long an ember held its red heart. That one flame did many jobs. It warmed the eye of a stool's leg in the gloom. It stitched a circle of talk around a table. It let a clerk finish a line before sleep. Yet the same flame threatened everything it touched. Houses leaned close along London's streets. Beams were dry, thatch eager. A knocked candle, a spark from the hearth, and a lane might glow like a kiln. People lived with the dark because they had to, and with fire because they must. Between the two, night taught care. Public light, such as it was, came from torches at tavern doors and the dim memory of the moon on the Thames. The night watch called the hours and urged shutters closed. Curfew, cover the fire, was not a metaphor. It was instruction. To be out late was to walk by sound more than sight. The clatter of cartwheels, a dog's bark, the river's slow breath. Work began with dawn because light began with dawn. The city's pulse matched the sky. Step forward to our rooms today and see how different the evening feels. A fingertip touches a wall and whole ceilings bloom. Lamps stand in corners like tame suns. Streets pour a steady amber river down the block. The night watch is replaced by a hum. Refrigerators, routers, chargers, machines talking softly in their sleep. What was once rationed is now abundant. What once took tinder and patience now comes with a click. Electric light did more than brighten darkness. It changed what night meant. Shops learned to stay open late. Workers shifted in rotating crews. Hospitals stitched hours into seamless care. Students read well past sunset without straining their eyes. We forget how new this kind of freedom is, the ability to choose when day ends. Our ancestors would have called it sorcery. We call it Tuesday. There are gentler changes, too. Candles smoked. Tallow smelled. Beeswax was sweet but costly. A luxury flicker. Today's bulbs glow clean and cool, or warm like honey if we wish. We write after supper, iron a shirt at midnight, pull a book from the shelf because the room is bright enough to welcome it. We hardly think of the grid's long silver nerves, or the stations that shoulder our city's wants. We simply expect light to be there, constant, obedient, quiet. And yet something of the old rhythm lingers. A late storm snatches power, and suddenly we know the medieval hush again. The house creaks, Stars press nearer. The window becomes the brightest thing. We gather flashlights, yes, but we also gather one another. The circle tightens, voices lower, and we feel, strangely, held. That is the memory of candlelight returning to remind us what it taught. That light is not only to see by, but to share by. Electricity made us safer. Smoke alarms wake sleepers who once would have coughed into dreams. Fire codes separate stove from stair. Streets lit at night deter more than they invite. And the bookish miracle is real. An eye spared the strain of soot and wick lasts longer at its work. How many lives widened because a cheap bulb turned evening into a friend? How many letters written, recipes tried, lullabies learned by heart because the lamp stood steady? Still, abundance asks for wisdom. Our eyes tire under blue glare. Our sleep forgets darkness. The city's sky, once a velvet scroll, now glows a pale dome, and constellations go missing behind convenience. The old Londoner in us would suggest a custom, not curfew exactly, but a kind of courtesy toward night. A shaded lamp, a warm bulb near the chair where you read, one room left gentle while another rests. The technology is ours. The tenderness must be too. Energy has changed its sources as well as its shapes. The hearth burned wood. Later centuries shoveled coal. Today, wires carry power born from wind curving over water, from sun caught on a roof, from turbines turning where no one lives. A kilowatt hour does not crackle in the hand the way a coal once did, but it carries a lineage of labor and cost just the same. To flip a switch is easy. To remember the distance traveled by that light is an act of gratitude. Consider also how light rearranged our streets. Where torches once marked only thresholds, lamps now lace the city in predictable steps. Night markets hum. Ambulances find the right door. A lost child's face is easier to see. And yet, in quiet neighborhoods, a single porch bulb warms a square of earth like a hearth once warmed the room, an invitation more than an announcement. Public light can be grand. Domestic light is typically kind. Both matter. The inner life changed too. Candlelight has a way of gathering thoughts like hands cupped around a match. Electric light, when harsh, scatters them. But it need not. A soft lamp, a shaded corner, a screen dimmed toward amber near bedtime. These are modern cousins of the medieval fire, focal, forgiving, meant for listening and for story. The tools are new, the needs are old. We still want a circle in which to feel safe, a glow that says, rest here a while. Once, Londoners measured an evening by the slow economy of flame. Now, we can afford to be lavish with light. The trick is to be graceful, to light what we use and spare what we don't. To remember that dark has gifts, a cooled street, a sleeping mind, a sky with room for the moon to speak. The lesson of electricity is not merely that we can push night away. It is that we can choose how gently we greet it. What once was scratched in ink is now stored in clouds. If we lean close to the world of medieval London, we can hear the soft scrape of quill against parchment. That was the sound of memory being built. A clerk hunched over a ledger, dipping his feather into ink, tracing careful letters onto stretched sheepskin. Each word cost effort. The preparation of ink, the sharpening of quills, the curing of vellum. Paper itself was precious, imported, guarded like treasure. To set down a line was to decide deliberately what deserved to endure. For most Londoners, written record was distant. They lived by memory spoken, not memory stored. A baker remembered debts in his head. A mother recalled the birthdays of children without written calendars. A guildsman trusted his fellows more than any page. Names lived in mouths, not in books. Only in churches and guild halls, chancery, and counting houses did parchment gather the steady trace of lives. A baptism noted, a marriage entered, a fine recorded. These were the anchors of identity. The shock looking back is how fragile that system was. Fire might consume a chest of records. Damp might blur a century of names. A careless scribe might misspell, misdate, or omit. And for those too poor to be written at all, memory could vanish with a single death. To be forgotten was not rare. It was ordinary. The city's stones held stories, but only in whispers. Now let your gaze swing forward to our own time. The scratch of quill is replaced by the tap of keys, the swipe of a screen, the blink of a cursor. Where once a clerk's hand trembled over ink, now servers hum quietly, stacking millions of documents in invisible towers of code. What was rare is abundant. What was fragile is replicated endlessly. A photograph taken this morning may live in 5 places before the day is done. On a phone, in a cloud, in a message, on a timeline, in a backup. The act of remembering has become nearly effortless. Yet abundance brings its own puzzle. In medieval days, memory was filtered. Only what seemed most essential made its way onto parchment. Today, nearly everything is kept. Birthdays, receipts, idle jokes, stray photographs. The danger is not of forgetting, but of drowning. To search one's inbox is to wander a labyrinth thicker than any scribe could have imagined. The challenge is not inscription, but discernment. Still, the contrast is striking. Consider a plague-year widow in 1349, clutching the single page where her husband's name was entered. That page was a lifeline, proof that he had lived, that he had belonged to the parish, that he was remembered. Compare her to a widow today, who may hold thousands of photographs, recordings of laughter, messages preserved. The grief is no less heavy, but the texture of memory is different, richer, more tangible, more replayable. Where the medieval heart leaned on faith and oral tale, ours leans on the permanence of pixels. There is also the question of speed. In the Guildhall, a proclamation might be copied by hand and carried across the city over days. In our time, a message circles the globe in a breath. News once moved like a cart on muddy roads. Now it moves like light itself. The result is astonishing. A discovery, an idea, a warning can be shared with billions before a candle would even gutter. And yet, with speed comes noise. The Londoner of old strained to hear scraps of news, desperate for information. We, in contrast, struggle to sift what is true among the flood. Both ages wrestle with trust, then in the priest or scribe, now in the journalist or website. The question remains constant. Whose record do we believe? Memory also shapes identity. For a medieval apprentice, belonging to a guild meant his name in a roll, his oath written alongside others. For us, identity sprawls across digital profiles, documents, IDs, and endless traces online. We leave trails in databases far beyond our sight. The medieval man risked being forgotten. The modern one risks being remembered too much by systems that never sleep. Still, there is comfort. The fragile parish register that once held lives now finds its echo in family trees digitized, archives scanned, stories preserved on vast servers. Descendants can trace names lost for centuries. History, once hidden in dusty chests, has been opened to a wider circle. It is as if the walls of the Guildhall have been stretched across the globe, and we are all invited in. And yet, when the power fails or the servers fall silent, we find ourselves again in the medieval hush, remembering that memory depends on care. Just as parchment needed oiling, ink needed mixing, so too our digital age requires tending. Backups, passwords, preservation. The forms differ, but the responsibility is the same. To keep memory safe, one must guard it. Perhaps the greatest lesson is that technology cannot change the heart's need. Whether on vellum or in cloud, memory matters because people matter. A name written in 1349, a message saved in 2020, both serve the same purpose: to say, you lived, you belonged, you will not be lost. The tools change, the tenderness does not. Where once voices filled narrow lanes, now aisles stretch in silence. Imagine yourself standing on Bread Street in medieval London. The morning mist has barely lifted, yet already the cries of vendors echo against timber walls. Women balance baskets of fish, their aprons damp with river spray. Butchers call out cuts of mutton. Spice sellers measure pinches of saffron on tiny brass scales. The air is thick, not with music, but with scent. Roasting chestnuts, sharp onions, damp wool, and beneath it all, the sour note of refuse that never fully disappears. Markets were not only places of trade, they were places of life. To buy your bread meant brushing shoulders with neighbors, hearing gossip, learning who had married, who had died, who had defaulted on a debt. Each transaction was threaded with conversation. Even the act of bargaining, raising eyebrows, offering a lower coin, hearing a merchant's theatrical sigh, was part of a daily dance. In these narrow stalls, London breathed. The stalls themselves were fragile. Wooden tables draped in cloth, baskets spilling produce, hooks dangling meat. All temporary, all subject to weather. A sudden rain sent vendors scrambling to cover wares. Summer heat spoiled fish within hours. Sanitation was thin. Rules were many but seldom followed. Inspectors roamed, weighing bread to ensure fair measure, testing ale for strength. Yet behind every fine was a household's survival. A baker cheating on flour was not only dishonest, but desperate. Now carry that memory forward into our present. The cry of vendors fades, replaced by the hum of refrigeration and the faint music drifting through wide aisles. The supermarket is the modern cathedral of food. Instead of crooked stalls, there are long shelves measured in neat lines, each product barcoded and wrapped. Choices once limited, barley bread or rye, now expand into dozens of varieties. Multigrain, gluten-free, organic, sliced, unsliced. Where medieval shoppers worried if bread would last through the week, we stand before freezers where food waits patiently, preserved for months. Fruit that once arrived only in its season now glows under bright lights year-round. Oranges in December, grapes in January, luxuries unimaginable to the housewife of Cheapside. The miracle is not only abundance, but predictability. You need not rise at dawn to secure the freshest fish. It waits for you behind glass whenever you arrive. And yet, the transformation is more than convenience. In medieval London, the act of shopping tied you to your neighbors. Buying ale meant knowing the brewer, perhaps attending church with her. Buying meat meant recognizing the butcher's family. The market stitched community. In our supermarkets, efficiency has often replaced intimacy. We move silently, guided by signs and scanners, encountering strangers who remain strangers. The social chatter is gone, exchanged for the quiet ring of a register. There is comfort in that efficiency. No jostling crowds, no bargaining required, no suspicion about short measures. But something, too, has slipped away. The medieval buyer knew the hand that baked the loaf, the field that grew the barley. We, more often, know only the brand, the packaging, the marketing promise. Food has become anonymous. It arrives in abundance, but its story is blurred. The difference reveals itself most during scarcity. When plague struck, markets faltered. When war disrupted trade, Stalls emptied. Hunger came quickly because storage was small, networks limited. Today, disruptions ripple but rarely devastate. Supply chains stretch across oceans, warehouses hold reserves, governments monitor stocks. Hunger has not vanished, but for many it has been pushed to the margins. That is a triumph of technology and planning unknown to the medieval mind. Yet abundance brings its own disquiet. Where once every scrap of bread was precious, now waste bins overflow. Where once choice was a blessing, now excess confuses. The medieval buyer knew only one or two options, and decisions were swift. The modern shopper may linger before dozens, wearied not by lack, but by plenty. The burden has shifted from finding enough to choosing wisely. Still, one can see echoes. Farmers' markets, scattered through modern towns, recall the noise and scent of medieval lanes. Shoppers there shake hands with growers, taste samples, hear weather stories that shaped the week's harvest. Something in us still hungers for that link, for food that carries the voice of the one who made it. Perhaps the lesson is balance, to enjoy the security of supermarkets without forgetting the humanity of markets. Imagine then an older Londoner. Had she lived long enough to walk our present aisles, she might marvel at the light, the freshness, the variety. She might also find it strangely lonely. To choose silently, to pay a machine, to carry food in silence, it would puzzle her. For in her world, the market was noisy, imperfect, but alive. And perhaps in our quiet supermarkets, amid abundance, we too feel a faint nostalgia for voices calling down a narrow street. Not because we lack bread, but because we miss connection. The medieval market gave little choice, but much contact. The modern supermarket gives vast choice, but little contact. Between the two lies the story of how cities and hearts have changed. From whispered vows in guild halls to contracts signed in offices. Close your eyes and picture the guild hall of medieval London. The room is dim, oak beams overhead, candles flickering against stone walls. A small crowd gathers, mostly men, their faces serious. At the front stands the master, holding a book of saints, upon which a new apprentice will place his hand. Words are spoken, a vow to obey, to learn, to serve faithfully for 7 long years. No parchment contract, no union representative, only an oath, binding before God and guild. These oaths were powerful. They carried not just legal weight, but spiritual weight. To break them was to risk not only fines, but dishonor, perhaps even damnation in the eyes of your neighbors. A young boy, barely 12, swore himself into a master's household. He would eat at the master's table, sleep under his roof, rise before dawn to tend fires or fetch water, all under the strict discipline of one man. The guild oath stitched him into a brotherhood, but it also bound him in obedience. There was security in it, yes. A guild protected its members. Prices were set, standards enforced, widows supported, orphans sometimes taken in. But security had a price: freedom. An apprentice could not marry, could not choose his hours, could not walk away. He belonged to the guild, and through it, to the city. Now let us wander forward into our own time. The hum of fluorescent lights replaces candle flame, and instead of oak benches, there are office desks, factory floors, union halls. Employment is still built on agreement, but the form has changed. Where once it was a sacred vow, today it is a contract, printed, signed, sometimes negotiated. And surrounding that contract stands a lattice of rights: minimum wage laws, maximum hours, safety codes, pensions. This is a profound shift. The medieval apprentice could work from dawn until dusk, 6 days a week, with little recourse if treated harshly. The modern worker has protections: overtime pay, rest breaks, health standards. Guilds enforced quality for buyers. Modern laws enforce safety for workers. The focus has moved from safeguarding the craft to safeguarding the person, yet echoes remain. Consider the pride a medieval mason felt, carving stone that would outlast centuries. That pride is not unlike the dignity modern workers feel in meaningful work. Guild oaths stressed loyalty and identity. Being a draper, a goldsmith, a fishmonger was not just a job, but a life. Today, unions and professional organizations still offer that sense of belonging. Banners carried at marches, badges worn at conventions, codes of ethics recited. But modernity has added something new: choice. Where once a boy's path was often determined by birth or family ties, today mobility is greater. A worker can shift trades, retrain, seek new horizons. Women, long confined to narrow trades like brewing or textiles, now stand in every profession, from law to engineering. The labor oath has become inclusive, written in policies rather than whispered in darkened halls, and technology has transformed the balance. In 1348, strength and stamina were the currency of labor. Today, knowledge and adaptability carry equal weight. The guild oath was about obedience. The modern contract is about exchange. You give your time and skill, you receive wage and benefits. It is a transaction, but one watched over by courts, unions, and laws that did not exist in the medieval mind. Still, we wrestle with the same questions. How much is a fair day's wage? How long should a worker toil before rest? What happens when labor is exploited, when voices are ignored? In medieval London, disputes might be settled within the guild or by the city's alderman. In our world, they unfold in courts, in strikes, in legislation. The tools differ, the heart of the matter does not. There is a quiet wonder in this continuity. Picture again the apprentice swearing his oath, his small hand trembling. He sought belonging, a place in the city's order. Picture now a modern graduate signing her first job contract, pen scratching across crisp paper. She too seeks belonging, security, and hope. The centuries between them fold away, leaving the same human need to work with dignity, to be treated fairly, to provide for one's household. From guild oaths to labor rights, the shape has changed, but the longing remains the same: to be valued, to be safe, to find honor in work.